is up? How are we doing? Try to check something here. I did something a little bit different and decided to schedule a stream in YouTube, and it's kind of a pain in the ass right now. I'm pretty sure YouTube's working, but wildly, I need to go in and actually change the shorts. YouTube is so weird in how you stream. Like, it's so obviously not meant for, it was never designed for streaming, basically. You know, it was always a VOD on demand kind of thing. And so when you're trying to stream on YouTube, it can be just a pure pain in the ass. So I'm trying to fix some stuff real quick before we get in and start playing. Essentially, it's messing with my messing with the vertical streaming. So hopefully everything else is working, but we will see once I get in. This will probably be the last weekend we do Ashes of Creation for a little while. At least until November. The reason for that, just being, frankly, there's not a lot to do. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. Just realized where I logged in. It's just not a lot to do. I don't know how else to put it. You know? There's still just a lot of issues going on. And with that, we're going to get Blue Protocol's coming out. So we're going to be probably streaming that instead. Will be my guess. All right, almost there. And we'll get to playing. We are still on the Rogue. Having fun. Let's see if this wants to work. But yeah, you know, we're just, I don't know, man. We're going to take a break from Ashes a little while. So this will be our last weekend. Yep. So we are on the Rogue. We were in Highwayman Hills with a little group last time, and that's where we had left things off, which is why we spawned in here. Make sure everything's streaming like it's supposed to be. I think it is. Everybody hear me all right? Yeah, Rogue has been a lot of fun. Rogue has probably been a top. Frankly, I've probably had more fun on the Rogue than I have with the Cleric. But alas, we will be taking a little bit of a break and whatnot, so that we can enjoy another game and wait for them to fix some stuff. The big stuff right now are like, I think what, crafting now you can only do one at a time or something like that. I don't know. There's just been so many problems. Oh, I want to try to, there's a teleporting NPC that I want to try to find as well. That should be a lot of fun. All right, why are you being all slow here? I did get a chance to play the Summoner. So I was on PTR with the Summoner a couple times this last week, actually. They turned PTR on because of breaking. They had to bring down prod for like, what, 12 hours, I think? All because they messed something up on the update. So prod was down for quite a while. And even when they brought it back up, it was not necessarily fixed. Welcome in, everybody. We are, of course, back with Ashes of Creation. Sorry, everybody's just sort of catching in here. TikTok folks, how are you doing? I was saying this weekend will probably be our last weekend with Ashes of Creation for a little while. Just growing stale, and you know, while I've had fun playing the rogue here, there's just so much going on. You know, not trying to be all doomerish and stuff, but it is what it is. We're in a point where there are some serious issues going on, I think, with Ashes of Creation, and you know, one of the big things I question right now is their version control after this last couple of days. What's up? Say the issues. Gosh, where to begin? I did a video on YouTube yesterday. So there's all sorts of issues where we don't have content. Content's broken. They just did this big update. They did their update this week, and everything was broken when it came back in. And actually, one of the things that really stuck out, there's an NPC that they had placed in a previous test that allowed, because they wanted people testing lighting and stuff like that. So they had an NPC that would let you teleport right to any of the open world dungeons, Citadel, Stillblue, and whatnot. Because it was a PTR test, and they wanted people, you know, they were doing it correctly, and they wanted them just to go test the lighting. Problem is that somehow that NPC made its way into production. They brought their servers up, and they did their update on production, and there was a teleporting NPC in a game that's supposed to not have fast travel, and it's all because of their version control being so crappy, man. That's just part of it. They also broke crafting again. So I believe you can only craft one item at a time. You can only process one item at a time. Is that Ashes actually out of the public? Oh no, this is so we're in Alpha 2, Phase 3. This is a production version right here. So it is still technically testing in Alpha, but it's available. It's $100 though. Now I do think it's actually a good deal if you play, but for any you know period of time. But I don't know. It's just the servers were all sorts of messed up. It's just so jacked up, you know, in certain areas. Have I given Selfram a try? Yep. Actually, had thought about streaming that one as well, but Blue Protocol's probably, oh, that Raider's down Didn't realize how deep in the water they were. Blue Protocol is probably where we'll head for now. But they just, you know, when you talk about version control, how do you let, you're supposed to have a production server, right? And you're supposed to have your PTR separate. How are you mixing them together so much? I don't understand. Like there's no reason. This is Ashes of Creation. Actually, let me see if this works. Did that send anything over to you all? Can't tell. Oh, there you go. eqnexus.com/ashes. The beers of TikTok will not let me put direct links for some reason to Ashes of Creation in. But how do you I just don't understand it. I don't know how your version control gets so screwed up that you put in a teleporting NPC that was clearly meant for, you know, your PTR. I don't understand. I just don't understand. And with that, what's kind of putting me a little bit over the edge, and I just did a video on this, is Blue Protocol pay to win? I don't think so. I've actually not tested it since the new group bought it. I wasn't in the tests that they had here recently. I was in the original ones, but the other thing with Ashes is they're going to be doing marketing. And I just did a video on this. Like, it's crazy to me that they're wanting to do marketing in this and with this. I don't know. Like, that's just crazy, man. I don't know. So we're going to take a break after this weekend. I actually thought about doing, we talked about this last weekend. I thought about, I think I got a second ad on me here. Yeah. Actually talked about doing Sword of Justice, which I did actually play for a little while, but it's more I don't know, it's more single targets or single player, like shared experience. Beautiful world though. All right, why do you quit combat, man? It's easy to talk about how the MMO will be. It's much harder to actually realize those systems in game. Well, yeah, but here's the thing, Nardap. I've been here doing content for Ashes for what, 8 years? I'm just, you know, you wax and wane over 8 years. I think that's normal, right? You at times say, you know, oh, the game is not doing well. At times you're super excited when you have new systems come on, when you have alpha come on, blah, blah, blah. 8 years, I'm starting to hit this point where I'm just not seeing, you know, the excitement is getting very, very low. And I think you see that in the entire community, except for your real hardcore people. Oh shit, my stuck. There we go. You know, the ones that really have thousands of hours invested that are never going to tell you that the game is not good. You know. What is his name? My bro VA. I don't know, whatever that guy's name is. Ah, shit, I didn't mean to pick up this. All right, we're going to try to run up here, maybe. Actually, I can probably run him off and just stealth and reset, I think. You know what? Let's do this. Let's reset. Let's go try to find... I want to see if this NPC is still there. I'm pretty sure... Let's see. I think it's south. Let's go this way and try to find it if we can. Even the hardcore player are saying the game is shit at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's just, we're in just such a bad spot. And then what's really thrown me is the wanting to do marketing. Like, why is this game so dark right now too? All right, I have global illumination set where it's supposed to be. Technically, it could be very easy. They just merged the PTR. Yeah, I mean, but still, you should have some form of version control. I mean, don't you agree with that? Like, There should be some process in understanding what you're putting out. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but there could be more control. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're hardcore. I mean, have we seen Polar? Like, where's Polar been? Oh shit, they're with the lights. All right, lights came back on. There you go. Hope you didn't have a seizure. I don't know. I don't want to be, as Steven would put it, all doomy and shit, but it's hard to stay excited. How did he see me? I was stealthed. How did he see me? Why are you going backwards? What the fuck is going on here? I don't know. And then the last live stream annoyed me a little bit too, because Steven's like, I don't know. It feels like they want us to be more, to be less realistic and more like cheerleader-ish, which I don't think is good for anybody, to just have all sorts of cheerleaders around. I didn't mean that sentence in the way it, oh yeah, it is alpha. Steven made a lot of promises that might not be so, oh yeah, it might not be so easy. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think they're having a hard time, man. What's up, Nanfoodles? Steven just needs to get out of the way of his staff. Hey, you said it correctly there. I don't think that'll ever happen. You know, I've had a lot of good conversations with Steven over the years. You know, at some point, well, the good example there is, I mean, he has a CS staff. Like, he pays people, right, to get into the community and do stuff. But he's the one that comes in and like wrecks it all. Sorry, I don't mean wreck it. That sounds bad. That sounds harsher than it is. But he should just let them do their job. He pays them for it. I think they're just clueless. After nearly every single bigger patch, they need to do a rollback or put the server down for hours. I mean, there is something to be said with the fact that we are getting patches after patches and we're not fixing everything that's broken beforehand too. There's like so many parallels. I've been covering games for so long, you know, and have come and gone with a lot that have failed over the years. EverQuest Next comes to mind. I did a little short about this and how similar EverQuest Next and Ashes of Creation are, but you know, their biggest problem, besides dreaming up all these ideas that they just could not ever actually realize, was that, you know, they would push every patches weekly, but they wouldn't fix anything, and so, or they would fix very little. And so you just kept having bugs added on top of bugs added on top of bugs. And that feels that way here. It feels like we're pushing out patch after patch, trying to get to this whole marketing phase, you know, this whole harbinger phase, but we're not fixing the issues that are underlying. And so it's just, I don't know, man, I think marketing is going to be an absolute disaster. So I could be wrong. Hopefully I am. Hopefully I'm very wrong. Frankly, I think Steven has done marketing the whole time with his whole vertical slices. Well, yeah, I think it's, and you got to be very careful with their words, right? So when you're, and that's, I think, for everyone, not just like Intrepid, but, you know, when they come in, because if you go back and watch, they didn't say marketing just in general, right? They said, this is going to be our first marketing where we paid money. Right, so this is going to be really a big push of them spending money. So it's not that they didn't necessarily say they haven't done marketing; they just haven't put money into it. So you gotta catch those little word tricks that come about. Oh, look how much money was put into Starfield, and that was a big flop. Oh yeah, good thanks. I mean, it's marketing definitely doesn't. I mean, if your game isn't working, like if people aren't having fun, it really doesn't matter what you put into it, right? Like, if people are not having a good experience, it doesn't really matter. So, gameplay, appearances, interviews, yeah. And that was something I put in the video I put onto YouTube. Was, I mean, it's not like YouTube doesn't have a lot of stuff out there. I mean, you have the big people of MMOs, you know, Asmon, Josh Strive Hayes, Thor, of course, that have videos out there with millions of views. So it's not like people don't know about Ashes. You know, if you're having a hard time attracting new players, and I think that's part of it. I think part of it is they really feel like they need to get another cohort of players in. But if you're having a hard time doing that, like, I don't think marketing if you're currently having a problem doing that, marketing the current game is not the answer to that. Like, you need to understand better why people aren't playing your game or why they're leaving. Not just throw marketing into what you already have. So I don't know. But yeah. Talking about EverQuest next, I read Smedley is making a new MMORPG with Rifts. He's selling bundles for alpha access too. It's like what do they call it? It's like an MMOF. It's like a first-person shooter. Oh, I actually have it on my phone somewhere. It's Reaper Actual. Isn't Ashes on alpha? It very much is on alpha, yeah. Which is also wild that you want to, you know, we fall back so much to, well, this is an alpha. Don't expect much because it's an alpha. But then they want to advertise for it. It's, well, you know, I feel like you're trying to, what is it? Have your cake and eat it too. Is that what people say? But yes, Smedley is doing something else. Why did I hit him? That's weird. But it's a completely different genre of game. So it actually it looks kind of interesting because it's a persistent sort of war. I'm probably not describing it very well, but it actually looks kind of interesting. I don't know that I'm going to pay money for it, but we'll see. I think I'm pretty well sold on, at least for a little while, with Blue Protocol. That's probably what we'll be streaming. We'll see. How's Ashes? Haven't played since Alpha 2. One step forward, two step backs at times. I don't know. You know, but we're going to be rolling right into the marketing phase. So apparently Intrepid thinks it's going well. I mean, there's rough areas all around. You know, if you haven't played since Alpha 2, so I assume that means you have access. I would just wait at this point. I would wait until November. Oh shit, where am I at? What am I doing? Not paying attention. Wait until November, see what comes from their Harbinger update that they're putting out. Kind of go from there. I really do think that this feels like they're kind of going all in. Where are we going? Kind of feels like they're going all in. So it worries me, like if we get to November and it's a failure, what comes after that? How do you get in? If you go here, that's my referral code. It does cost $100, which is another thing we've talked a lot about with marketing. I think they're gonna lower the price. Personally, to get in, but they've not announced that by any means. But I think that's what we're looking at too. My guess is maybe $50, something like that. We'll see. All right, where is? I wonder if they've removed this guy. I can't tell. Maybe. I don't even know where he was, to be honest. Usually they spawn people over here. So let's actually go up this way. But it's $100 to get into alpha right now. I would just wait until November. I really do think that they're probably going to lower prices and stuff. Wages and lights always need money. That's true. There's been a lot of speculation. The only reason they could care now is squeezing the $100. I don't think it has anything to do with Steven needing money or anything like that. You know, we know for sure that there are two at least 2 investors. Like that has been found in legal documents, legal paperwork. Like you can actually see the investor agreements. So I don't know. I don't know how much of this is like, you know, are they feeling pressure from other areas? If they lower the price, I'll be in. How low? How low do you? Where do we all think that? What price point do we think that would bring people in volume? Not just like, you know, a few here and there, but like what price point do we think people would be like, all right, I'm in? $50, $40, $75? I think just getting under 100 would be a big deal because you don't have you don't have 3 digits anymore. Makes sense if they're getting closer to the monthly fee. Oh, I hope they do not. That'd be crazy. Actually, there was a game, Pathfinder Online, that did a monthly fee for their early access, and it closed. That game did not release. So, what is the reason in your opinion? I don't know, man. I really don't. I've done a lot of thinking into like, why would they do this? Oh yeah, there's the spam of that stuff too. That's still there. I really don't know. I do think it's money issues. Why else would you need more players to play an incomplete game? Could be. If they do, all the people who paid full whack should get 2 months. Oh, 2 months sub. You ain't gonna do that. I don't disagree with you. Well, I kind of do. I mean, we all knew buying in early was going to cost money. Let's see, $60, toy hell, $60. So you do $50. I would buy in at max 60. That's good feedback, actually. I think, because they've, again, not announced it. I really do think they're going to probably lower the price. Those floor to ceiling windows back there, nice. Almost. Close. Oh yeah, the sunlight's coming in. I'm glad you said something. I always have to, it's facing the sunrise, so I have to always adjust the camera as the sun comes up so that I don't sit in dark and people start asking me what's going on. There we go. Now you can see my ugly ass face. All right. PAX Day about to go to monthly fee is, yeah, I don't think PAX Day is an unfortunate, very unfortunate story, isn't it? Maybe I should do a video on that at some point. You know, maybe it comes back. I don't know. It felt too much of like a real simulator to me. So now we know every time we cross a server boundary. Do you know how? Like watch down. Oh gosh, you guys on YouTube or the vertical sides aren't gonna be able to see this, but you'll see down here on the right. See that down there? We crossed the server marker boundary. Yeah, PAX Day is just unfortunate. It had I think it had such good ideas initially, and then I don't know if it was being such a small team, needing money. Money's at the root of everything, isn't it? But you know, when they came out and they basically said, we're going to use every form of monetization that exists, like that lost everyone. And it became a joke from that point on. So also, if it's money issues, even with an extra 4,000 players, 400K won't last long. Yeah, no, it won't. I mean, their burn rate's a couple mil a month, I think, at this point. When you look, if you believe their employee counts. For rogue, do you recommend great sword or daggers? I would just play with what you want. I'm actually using a spear. You know, early on, I think you need to just go based off of what is the best weapon you have from just a stats perspective. And that, for me, that's the spear. So, and the spear also plays well with some of the other things. So like, where is it at? Stab, no. Where's it at? One of these converts, oh, here we go. Lacerate converts bleeding to hemorrhaging. And so if you go into the spear, I actually have bleed here, so as its deadly finisher. So that also synergizes pretty well with the class. All right, I don't know where this NPC was supposed to be. I think it might be gone. Hopefully they removed it. It was naked, at least in the pictures that I saw. And this is usually where they spawn everyone. Why burn money in marketing to get players in a game that already has plenty of players that can test it? I mean, that's another thing that I've talked about or thought about, I guess. You know, what did Steven told us for sure? They had, what, 100,000 people that bought access? Isn't that what he has said in the past? And that was like a couple of years ago. I mean, I always wonder with 100,000, you know, 150,000 people bought access, but your max concurrency, they said, was like around what, 8K, 8,000, 9,000? That seems weird to me, but just started playing, love the game. Well, I'm glad you do. Don't take me, don't take my lack of faith any certain way. I'm mainly just worried about marketing. So, all right, I don't think there's NPCs there anymore, which is good, unless I'm just in the wrong spot. 130K is cap. Is that the most we've heard him say? You heard this a million times, I'm sure, but what are you? Oh, I'm playing Ashes of Creation, sorry. This just means that potentially those new Alpha 2 players will also get burned by Alpha 2 and quit. Well, that's the big fear, right? Like, do you burn through your audience? You know, like, do you give them a half-baked game? What's up, fatty? And they get pissed off and then they never come back. I mean, we saw that with all right, I'm still looking for this NPC. Saw that with New World. I think New World's turned into a decent game at this point, but they pissed so many people off early on that we'll just never go back, ever. All right, where do we want to run to? I think we just need to start heading up towards to grab some commissions, maybe. That does help quite a bit with, let's see, ash, basalt, zinc, rubies, daffodils. But, you know, do they bring all these people in? They get pissed off because the game doesn't run. I mean, we got some that it might not even run on their computers. That's another point of feedback I've seen is, weird, is that, they really need to, all right, these are super low level, so we're just going to move on. But they really need to update their minimum specs as well. But they just seem hell-bent, man. This is Ashes of Creation. And actually, people in chat, if you, command for, what is it, Ashes? If you see people asking and I miss, you can put that in. And that should send, here, let me try it. Actually, I should double check, make sure it works. Yeah. Yeah, it does. You can always push that. Yeah, this Ashes of Creation. An open world MMORPG with a lot of very good ideas that is just having a very hard time implementing said ideas. So, is there plenty to do if you jump in now? No, there, well, yes and no. It's a grind, so there's plenty of grinding to do. There's really no quests. There's no, you know, we're supposed to get story arcs. There's just not a lot of, there's not a lot to do other than grind, and that's both combat and artisanship stuff. If you love PvP, you'll have plenty of PvP. for sure as well. There is no sub right now. There will eventually be a sub, but right now there is not one. And I don't think that we'll see that for a little while. Like I said, there is one game that I remember distinctly. Oh, wait, I'm running the complete wrong way. I'm just chatting, not paying any bit of attention to what I'm doing. I'm going to run towards Winstead, not that way. As always, there's a 90-day refund. So, Fatty, I appreciate the follow. But yeah, the one game, Pathfinder Online, which was actually an interesting version of Pathfinder. I didn't not like it, but it they did charge a monthly fee. Wait, where did my... All right, where's the UI for my sprinting ability? That's got to be a bug. But Pathfinder Online, Vaughn, I appreciate the follow. Did not do well. Is it pay monthly? Oh no, I was just saying, yeah. No, it's not one game time. No. Yeah, I know that's hard to follow. So it's not $100 per month. Right now it's $100 to get access to alpha. Got to grab coffee and breakfast. I appreciate that. I hope you have a good morning. Yeah, no, it's $100 to get alpha access. There are currently no, there is no sub right now. So the $100 just gets you access to the game, basically. So you'll get alpha 2 access, beta 1, beta 2 access. You do get a month of game time with that. What's going on here? Are we about, what is that about? Weird. Oh, somebody died. Where's the person? All I see is the mount. Is it? No, that's not even a mount. Why do they look like a wolf? Oh no, that is the wall. Okay. I don't see him on there. In your opinion, is it worth it? You know, from a pure perspective of money, if you're going to take the lead, I don't want to flag. If you actually get a solid 15 months out of this, because I think you potentially will. You know, my time frame in my head, at least, which most people disagree with, for beta and release is the end of 2026, start of 2027. You know, if you actually do get in, like it, and play up until that period, I mean, you're talking 15, 16 months of game time for $100. So, so from that perspective, yes, I think it's worth it. Now the question then becomes, do you actually have 15 months worth, you know, is there content for 15 months of gameplay? Probably not. The unfinished game for, yeah, it's $100. And then the sub will kick in once they release. We don't know how much it will be. Probably, I would assume $15. I would potentially wait, is the other thing I would say, for a couple of reasons. You know, if you just really want to play, you can get in. There's a 90-day refund policy, so you can get your money back pretty easy. But I would wait until this November update, mainly for two reasons. One is just to see what it is. Just to see, you know, this November update is supposed to be a big deal, right? For Ashes of Creation, like it's the story arcs getting put in, their new systems for storytelling. Like, and I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, just crossed server boundary, I think. So I would probably wait until then, because you're going to get more content then anyways. But again, I think, and they've not announced this, so this is not like fact. I think there's a high chance they lower the price. So, and as many people were saying, you know, they would be okay with $50, $60, somewhere in there. So I also think there's a high chance that, you know, Intrepid lowers the price of Ashes significant amount. And my guess is if you spend $100 now, they're not going to, and then they lower the price in a month, like they're probably not going to let you refund it. And then pay for it lower at a lower price. I don't think they would let you do that. Which is an interesting thing because they've had this sort of 90-day refund policy, no questions asked as long as your account wasn't actioned on, right? So I don't know how they do that, like, because I imagine they're going to want to have things in place that prevent people from refunding and then just immediately buying at a lower price point. How is the PvP? It looks so fun with all the classes and possible builds. Well, we don't have all the builds yet. I will say I think the people who enjoy the game most are PvP players by far. So, Pinter, I appreciate the follow. So that, you know, now we do not have all of the, you know, there's supposed to be 64 classes. We still don't have all 8 archetypes. We have 7. We only go to level 25. We're not yet at, Renee, I appreciate the follow as well. We're not yet at level 50. 50 is the max. So you have 25 levels of skills not in. We don't, you know, we're supposed to get the summoner in November, which will be all 8, means we'll have all 8 archetypes. Beak, I appreciate the follow. And once you get all 8 archetypes, then you can create the 64 classes, although they're only going to start with the tank and the cleric as secondary, so you won't get them all right away. So I don't know, that's a long roundabout answer. We don't have everything in, but PvP is probably the best part for most people. I appreciate you being honest about the waiting and taking time to explain. Yeah. Hey, I got 4 hours. That's why we're here. I don't play this to be competitive. I play this to just hang out with y'all. Get ourselves into trouble doing stupid shit. You're paying for alpha and beta. That's why it's so expensive. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. Is logging in guaranteed? There's a still, no, you get in, no problem. There's no queue or anything. Now we'll see what happens when marketing happens. I don't know, but no, there's no queue to get in right now. Just make it so you get a skill point every 2 levels. And there's your level 50 cap. But they need to add more skills, don't they? Like, I don't think there's not 50 levels worth of stuff here. Yeah, we're playing Ashes of Creation. Wave End. How long until this is ready for release? My personal opinion is based off of a lot of what they've been doing and the fact that they're wanting to go into marketing at in my opinion, poor time. I think they're trying to get to a beta by the end of 2026, which would mean they would enter into a release at the start of 2027. That is not any sort of official factual thing. That's just purely my opinion. How would you describe your feelings when playing the game? I mean, there are points where it's like, oh, that shit's cool. And then there are points where it's incredibly frustrating. So nothing to see here unless you know the password. All right, well, we don't. So, all right, I was super curious. What do I have even in my bags? I'm not sure. Oh, shit. What did I just do? I did not mean to activate that. All right, I think I just started a... Hold on, I need to look into my quest. I think I accidentally... Yeah. Found a map. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. But that's okay. Let's see. Does it show me where we need to go? All right, minimap. Come on. I'd assume when you pick your second class, you get points to spend on some abilities. Yeah, that's a good point. We just don't... I don't think we've been told, right? All right, where's the minimap? Why is it not showing up on my tracker? Didn't I put to track it? No, I didn't. 8. Where's 8? I like doing treasure maps, but I don't think I have anything to actually yeah, possible treasure location. We'd have to get an excavation kit, and I don't have money to buy one, and I don't have materials to make one. Oh well. I see the movement of characters improved substantially compared to a year ago. Oh yeah, I will say movement-wise, the rogue feels amazing. Anyone else notice how all the... Oh, yeah, we ain't gonna get into that right now. Happy to chat about it. Right now it's Ashes time though. Do you need a full group to do the grind, or can you? Oh no, you can grind 1, 2, 3, 4 people. Yeah. You don't have to. Only 13 silver. Actually, let's buy that. I think we had a common map, right? We can go treasure hunt. No, but you can also solo. Now, I wouldn't necessarily recommend. I solo largely just because I'm hanging out with you all and trying to do stuff in a big group while you're chatting can get kind of messy. But you can certainly solo as well. But it's not the easiest. We got to pay taxes too. I keep forgetting about that. And we have to pay a lot in taxes, actually. So you do have to pay taxes in this game, which is great. I got really bored last play phase. Didn't get out of the starting zone. It felt like it was taking forever. Was that just a me problem? No, I think you're... I think there's a lot of people right there with you. Schmuck, I appreciate the follow. Is it Miss Sashabash? I like that name. Thank you for the follow as well. No, I think a lot of people are finding it hard to find the fun, which is not a good thing. Which again, why do you go to marketing if that's the case? Yucky time, I appreciate the follow as well. Talk about character wiping in alpha. I mean, they've wiped what, 3 times? All right, I'm out. There's also a question. I guess this is a third reason to potentially wait until November if you don't already have access as far as buying into Ashes. There's speculation about whether they'll open a fresh start server. And if they do that, whether they then also close the current servers. So... wait, am I not? All right, taxes are due in 5 days. So anyways, here, so I would say the reason this speculation came up, one is that the server, the economy and everything has been so jacked up. Like, I think a lot of people want a server wipe. I appreciate the raid. Dominus, thank you. How are you doing? We're just chatting. Actually, we're chatting about wipes. So Margaret, the main CS person, came on and asked a question about whether, how did people feel if there was a fresh start server? And that just led to like a lot of outrage of, what do you mean? You're going to divide the player base even more. We don't have very many people to begin with. You're going to make 3 servers instead of 2. And then that led to the like, well, does that mean you're going to then close the 2 current servers? Wipe would be good right now. Exactly. Actually, I just said how a lot of people, I was just talking about how a lot of people feel like that. And then of course they came out and they said, oh, no, we're not, there's no intent to do that. And this is all of my glint is just going to get me 55 tax vouchers. And how much do I owe? 126. Holy shit. You know what? We're going to go. Well, no, I can't renounce citizenship and then go immediately somewhere else. So we got 5 days. You know what? We ain't got to pay shit. So they're going to wipe the server anyways. I appreciate the follow and hanging out with me. Is it Yankee time? Have a good day. It'd be good to start over because of all the, oh, exactly. There's just so many problems. I don't know how they're getting any useful data right now. I mean, what is it? The exploit early, exploit often mantra? That some places have. Jason's glad. I appreciate the share. Fresh start is pointless. Just wipe as long as your crafting is fixed. Well, that's a good point too, is crafting isn't fixed. Like, you know, if you're going to wipe, you probably need to have everything. Otherwise, you're just going to repeat the problems. And I don't think they have everything fixed either. Leveling needs to be brought in with the settlement progression better. Yeah, whoever is in control of trying to figure that all out, good luck. Don't think I think they wipe for summoner and give us level 30. Ah, I don't know. I don't know about the level 30. I can talk a little bit about the summoner. So I mean, I did play so I did play the summoner for a little while this weekend. 2 play sessions. It's really hard to know where the summoner's at because they've overtuned everything right now. And you also are given like really good starter gear that you just don't get and won't get for a long time at the start. So it's really hard to know where we're at with the summoner. Although they did, you know, like what was it? Half of the summoner was broken or something. I don't even remember. Like half the kit was broken, not working. All right, I'm gonna go up here real quick. I think. Where the fuck? Show us how to make the money me for. Well, I don't know that I can help there. I'm just running commissions and chatting. Probably your crates. Is that what would people say? That's if you're solo, crates are probably the one of the main ways to go. Although I think you have a lot of folks out there that I'm on EU, so you also do have a lot of people that will kill you for your crates. So be careful. All right. Okay, wolves and bears. We'll take that. Wolves and bears. Take all this. And ravens. All right, we'll go out. We'll try to kill some stuff. Harvest some stuff. I do want to turn in. What is it? I have a couple of. All right, there's like a queue for the storage clerk here. Servers are wonderful. They would need to add the first, second class, and to increase the max level ideally. That's a good point. I mean, I really want to see the secondaries. All right, can I get into the clerk? Thank you. Actually, we're gonna store all this. I think. No, I could have done that in a much better way, but yeah, let's do this first. Let's not waste space, and space is super important. But the summer, you know, it felt okay. I played the hunter. A good example with the summoner and having a hard time understanding where we're at with it. I mean, with everything going on, I was able to, I was pretty easily soloing things that were 2 stars. So I had the hunter pet out. I should start with that. I had the hunter pet out. And I was pretty easily soloing things that were a level of at least 1 level above me and 2 stars. Like, so, you know, in my opinion, right, like probably shouldn't be able to do that. But they did say it's overtuned. So we'll give them that credit. I think I have some turn-ins for these things, so that's why I'm grabbing them real quick, and then we're going to run up and turn them in. Pure skill. I wish. I mean, it has some interesting gameplay with it, I will say. But the pet is, you know, most of that damage and stuff was actually not necessarily the pet. It was coming from me as the summoner, not necessarily the summons. Like, I think their pet tech is messed up right now quite a bit. So, but I mean, it followed me a couple of times. It ran away. I did die once because I thought I'm going to pull in a lot of stuff And then my pet just disappeared. Like he bailed. Like, I'm out. Ain't for me. See ya. So I don't know. I have super high hopes for the summer. You know, personally, I think for me though, we get to November. You know, if the summoner's not there and feeling good, if the story arcs that come with the Harbinger stuff is there and it doesn't feel good, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna, you know, do you bail for a little while? Damn, it wants 20 of these. All right, 20 copper, 20. It's a lot, but well, why can't I add them? All right, so I can add that. Didn't I have 10 with me? Wait, did it just? Oh no, I have zinc. Sorry, but I had 10. All right, can't turn that in. It's not hard to fix crafting, lower reagent prices a little, make white items easy to get, maybe have some greens, no blues, drops. Yeah, no, those are all rational ideas. I don't know if they put them in. I would rather just not have reagents, at least not for everything. The fact that we have to have reagents for everything kind of drives me nuts a little bit. Like I can see it for some things, but all right, come on, storage cleric open. You know, when you already have a cost to create the item itself. Actually, let's look at something here. I don't know why. If you already have a cost, you already have to pay to process the item, craft the item. I don't know why there's an additional cost in the having reagents to everything. So it's part of crafting, but not having quality to the regions makes me annoyed because it lowers quality, and that's not right. Yeah. All right, zinc fragments. What do we need? Smoldering ash. So this is where now I have to go buy a smoldering ash. I just want to see if we can do more than one or if it's still broken. All right, smoldering ash. What the hell? I thought I clicked in the box. Apparently I did not. Smoldering. Let's just buy, yeah, we'll buy 10. I don't have a lot of money. And taxes are almost due. Love having to pay taxes. All right, can we actually craft more than one at a time? Let's shit. $10. All right, is it not everything? I thought this was an issue that you could only do. Oh wait, I need fuel. Yeah, and I don't have anything on me. All right, let's try that. Let's see what happens. But crafting also is one of those things that just needs to get fixed. Like it's the backbone. Do I not have any wood? I don't have any wood. All right, well, never mind. We're gonna go on. I don't want to get rid of the flowers because I want to turn them into fiber at some point. But you know, the crafting side is such the backbone to this game that it's sad that it doesn't work. Not very well. Oh, we have the treasure map. That's right. And we have the excavation, right? I thought I bought it. Didn't I buy it? Where'd it go? Ah, there it is. All right. We will go treasure hunting, actually. Let's do that. I always like treasure hunting. We did this for a long time, streaming. A lot of Alpha 2 was just us going out and looking for treasure because there was nothing else to do. But when they changed a lot of the crafting requirements for treasure hunts, for maps and excavation stuff, frustrated the hell out of me. So I haven't really done much treasure hunting. All right. We're going to try to not die running through here. So we're trying to go to this circle for our possible treasure location, which is actually going to be in a probably a higher level area. So we'll see how this goes. Risk versus reward, right? Risk versus reward. Proven metal. I thought we, oh yeah, I have to actually turn it in. Did we have anything for ravens? I don't remember. I feel like we did, but might be the slowest running mount of all time. Looks like you're running in maple syrup. What is the buff? I don't remember. I have a 135% ground speed. So yeah, it ain't fast. I can sprint. Does that make it any better? Probably not. There are some really fast mounts though, to be fair. Garth Brooks lover, all right. You mean visually? Yeah. No, it is also just slow. It's a common mount. The world is big. So look at that mount. Love that. That is amazing. I mean, it's a good point. I guess I never really thought about it. This is probably my favorite mount skin though. So don't you have to pay to join the alpha test? Yes, currently it is $100. It gets you alpha access, the remainder of alpha, beta 1, beta 2, and it gives you a sub. How's the game? I mean, I've been dying to do another MMO. It's I'll be blunt right now. It is an alpha. So it's a grind. There's a lot of things that are not working that need fixed. You know, if you have interest, I would probably tell you to just wait until November. November, we get a big update. It's like, they call the Harbingers. Those story arcs, a bunch of stuff. They're supposed to do marketing and all these things. Look, we found our pancake of a treasure map, or a treasure right here. I will say you get 90-day refund, but I would tell you, I would still tell you, you get 90 days. So you can play as much as you want. It's like, I think there's like 2,300 hours in 90 days or something. So you can play every hour of 89 days and still get a refund. But I would wait till November. I also think, opinion, not fact, I think that the price is going to come down in November when they start marketing. So tempting, but I would have to pay for my wife and son as well. Oh, damn, yeah, $300. That's a good point. So no, I don't have that set up for various reasons. For TTS. All right, let's open this up. Can I open this up? I should have everything, right? All right, there's our treasure map. Oh, we got our treasure. We got some blue. Let's see what's in it. Gold pouch. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, is that our blue? Really? This bullshit? And then 30 copper, and that's all we get out of that? We used to get like 50, 60 copper out of these things. What's happening? Oh, piercing eyes. Blue. Hopefully you like blue eyes. All right, well, that was our treasure map. I actually have to go in and manually get rid of this because it still does not complete, despite the fact that it's been doing that for all of Alpha 2 and now 3. All right. I hate how there's no sound. I hate it. Or sorry, no music. For some reason, music just cuts in and out as well. It doesn't play everywhere you go. And so it just gets super, super quiet. All right, oak. I think we have oak and ash. That we have to harvest here. You know, a lot of harvesting has been, I think, mostly. I still think New World has by far the best harvesting in terms of feeling, but you know, this is not bad. There's a lot that, oh, there goes the trees. What's happening? Let's see if this one does it too. No bards in the forest. Yeah. We chased them all away, apparently. All right, which way is this tree going to fall? Oh, it's falling that way. Let's see how the physics... Did you see that? How it was all jacked up and shit? All right, that fell into other trees. So the physics worked there. Not bad. Let's try these. Yeah, we do need a bard. Bard's probably my third favorite class, I would say. All right, why are they all following in? Or falling in? Yeah, you get some really, really potentially weird tree physics when you're on a hillside. It's just one other thing. There's just so many things that we have to get fixed. So much of it feels like it's being brought up to like, as long as it fundamentally works, we won't fix things that aren't broken until later. All right, that one fell that way. Let's see what happens. Was it gonna fall down? Nope. All right. Got lucky. All right. Shit, I don't even know where to go now. Still wants us to kill bandits, but I don't think we're at the right level yet. What level is that? 12? Yeah, it's probably a little bit too much. What's up, PD Entertainment? What do you think of the summoner? It's really hard to know how we're doing with the summoner. Only because... Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It's like a treant or something. What is even happening? Oh, I was trying to stand back up. It finally died. The summoner is... So far, I think okay. I mean, there was nothing super special about it. It plays like a summoner class, like you'd think it would. But they give you really good starter gear and all of this stuff, and they've said it's overtuned, and it definitely feels that way. I was killing 2-star stuff, you know, that was a level above me by myself, which you shouldn't really be able to do. So it's getting real dark here again. All right, let's just go. Let's go. In your opinion, how do you feel the Ashes updates have been going? Slow. Judson, I appreciate the follow. Slow, but yeah, no, this will probably be our last weekend for Ashes of Creation until November, but we'll see. I think next it's going to be Blue Protocol, which comes out next week. You know, it's been slow at times. It can feel like you take one, you know, one step forward, 2 step back. Like this week's update, they actually had to like bring the servers down for what, 12 hours to fix them from the update. All right, why can't I climb? Parkour, son of a bitch. That pain. You know, when they finally brought the servers back up, they somehow mixed in a PTR NPC that teleported people places. So no one can criticize you at this point. Oh, people will try. You've stuck with it longer than most. Yeah, you can just call me crazy, I guess. Oh, that's like, will eat me if I go that way. So we're going to go back this way. All right, let's sneak up. But the summoner is, you know, I think has some potential. I have not yet tested the tank version. Why can't I use that right now? It's so weird. But so it's really hard to know, you know, how it's going to fit into groups and all of that. I tried for a while on PTR. It felt good, but I'm curious to see what happens when we get our secondaries. Yeah. I want to play this game so bad. $100 right now. There's my referrals if you change your mind. You do get a 90-day refund, so keep that in mind. I would at this point wait until November. You know, November is sort of in my opinion, a make it or break it moment. And I'm also highly suspicious that we might get a price change to the game in November. So I would just wait. But, you know, whenever you do decide, if you decide to get it tomorrow, you do have 30-day refund policy. So you can always, as long as your account doesn't get actioned on, you can always get your money back if you don't like it. Why is it November? Just because that's their, you know, they've been talking for a variety of reasons. They've been talking a lot about their narrative system. You know, we've been missing quests and stuff forever, right? Like one of the biggest knocks to Ashes right now is that you don't have quests, you don't have any story systems. Like you don't have a lot of the things that we thought we would be getting. And so it turns out they had to go redo a lot of their tools. I think when they switched from UE4 to UE5, they like lost a lot of their tools. So November, the update in November will be demonstrating a lot of that. Right. So I think that's one reason November date's important. It's they themselves have been putting a lot of emphasis on these tools. So we'll get to see just how good or not good they actually are. The other thing is they want to do marketing. So I think we'll get a good look at what, oh shit, not mean to come out of stealth, but I will. I think we'll get a good look at overall reception, about what their goals are based off of how they decide to do marketing, which I think, by the way, is a major misstep in my opinion, but whatever. Maybe they'll come out with some magic changes that we just never saw coming, right? Maybe that will happen. But then also I think you'll see, you know, the other two things November I wonder about, the cost to get in. You know, does it change? I also wonder if they change their refund policy a little bit. I will say a refund policy of 90 days, no questions asked. It's kind of crazy. Like, is that, can you find that in any other game? What is Steam? Steam's like a few hours, right? A few hours gameplay. So I do think at some point you need to come in and change your refund policy as well. So I wonder if that will happen in November, especially if you're trying to grab a bunch of casuals, you know, people who don't know the game. Seems 2 to 3 hours. Yeah. I still love the movement of this class. The design of the rogue is really, really well done. Like, super well done. Casuals for a non-casual friendly game. Exactly. Is it El Reno? Say that right? I mean, there's just so many questions as to why would you do... We're right at a server marker. You see, yeah, this... you can tell based off of the UI. Oh, and we're getting this whole missing string table entry thing on Node. Wonderful. I mean, that's a great point. You know, trying to get the layperson in, the casuals for a non-casual game. Like, I don't understand. You know, and it's not just that it's a I mean, I think everyone would agree Ashes is really not going to be casual friendly just based off of, you know, the time needed to get and do stuff. Like, I already know I will never be a mayor. I'm already pretty sure I will likely never own a freehold because I am not someone that's going to have the time and effort. I'm not going to be able to put in that time. I'm just not. And that's okay. Like, I'm still playing, but level 15. It's too high for us. But you know, so I think everyone would agree that this is just not a casual friendly game to begin with. But right now it's all just a grind anyways, because you don't have these tools in place. So not only is it just sort of borderline always a hardcore game, but you also have systems that make it even more grindy right now because you're missing stuff. So I don't know. I don't know what they expect to get. Hopefully we'll get to find out in the October live stream. So I assume the October live stream leads us into the marketing for November, but because they'll have to market before what is it, November 18th, I think is when the update comes out. So another World of Warcraft clone? No, I don't. For many reasons, no. One is they just have different game design ideas and just I think just different goals as games. So and it's probably very dissimilar player populations too. That's what they all say. No, I actually believe it. Like I also think it's just unfair to compare, you know, a game that's suffering, you know, that's been working its way through alpha for what, 8 years? Well, not 8 years, but a while, to a game that's been released for 20 plus years. I just honestly just don't think it's fair to compare the two. All right, let's see how this spins. Does it twirl? No, it stopped. What did it get stuck on? Its inherent system design for the core of the game does not facilitate respect on a casual player's time spent. Oh, no, true. Then you add in the death penalties. And can you imagine if you're a casual player, like most, you know, there's a lot of casuals probably don't have a lot of time to play until the weekend, for example. And they come in on the weekend and then you spend 6 hours gathering maybe. And then somebody comes and kills you and you drop 50% of your stuff, you know, and you can recover 25% of that. But, you know, that's an if, you know, if someone's not, you know, trying to prevent you from recover, or if they didn't just already go ahead and loot your body. I mean, can you imagine the frustration people will have that are casuals, that they just spent 6 hours doing something and it was just wiped away? The same goes for nodes and node destruction. Sorry, settlement destruction. You know, the way it's currently designed is when your node, if you lose a node siege, settlement siege, you know, you lose everything. People will be so upset by that. And I'm all for it. I can't wait to see it. I also think they are treading very carefully around being called early access. Yeah, I mean, that's been another question that's been brought up for sure. Like, do they sneak towards an early access phase? All right, something's on us. An arsonist? What level? Now we can. How did he see me? He's supposed to not be able to see me anymore. A lot of casuals play games like Rust and they lose their stuff. Yeah, when you say a lot though, how many is a lot? I mean, it's not like Rust is some massively successful game. We all know about it. Doesn't mean we all play it. Professor Phantomex, what's up? How you doing, Static? We're doing all right, man. This is our last weekend, I think, of Ashes until November. And then we'll move into probably Blue Protocol. I had this really wild idea. So interestingly enough, Daybreak sent out an email about content creator program for EverQuest and EverQuest 2. And I was half tempted to look at EverQuest 2, but that's, you know, I don't think anybody'd watch. So As much as I love that game, you know, it is from 2004. So, did you try New World again? Yeah, so I've jumped into New World a little bit. Not a ton, but all right. What the hell's on me? How did I miss seeing these wolves? Oh shit! I just ran through a pack of wolves. Okay, not paying attention. Yeah, but I'm talking casual players. I would say I think. Oh shit! He killed my mount. The fuck? And then he ran away. Why didn't? Son of a bitch. How many times do you have to stab a man before he stops setting you on fire? About 50. You should see how many arrows it takes, actually. New World's fun. You know, New World is... Yeah, New World feels great. Went back, tried it. Oh, it's long. Yeah, I mean, New World has felt good for a while. It's just so many people got, frankly, pissed off about it. Like, they won't come back. And that's one of the things I worry about with Ashes. Like, you have a lot of people that just will never try New World again, no matter what you try to tell them about it. So I've Pain Realms. I've not done the. I did not test the recent Blue Protocols testing stuff. I did test it back when it was with the original. What was it? The original people that were making it before they sold it. I did test it back then. So, and I actually thought it was okay. But oh shit! What just happened? That was a little weird. All right. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that play Rust. That's not what I'm trying to say. Sorry if that's how it came across. I'm just talking about casual people. I think the big problem with Ashes is going to have is getting their existing customers to come back. Yeah, could be. New World's alpha was pretty fun. Yeah, I was in alpha as well. Combat looks awful. I mean, yeah. I mean, the combat's what people, I think, is the better part of the game. You know, on the Rogue, there's still a lot of work. I'll say it feels good. Playing the Rogue feels good. Just all of the movement associated with the Rogue. You should see me play the Cleric. I'm a primary, and I am primarily a healer main. The Cleric is super boring. I haven't spent any money on it, and I still feel like I had my time wasted. New World is going pretty good now with consoles on board. Yeah. Coldwin, I agree. I think New World's not a bad game. Hopefully they get more players. We have fallen so far from Terra. You know, I was never a big Terra person. I appreciate the follow, as it said. All right, can you not quit combat, please? I just don't think Ashes is going to have enough to push it over the hill. Sucks to think about it. Just, why market this? Yeah. There has to be something we're missing to try to market right now. I don't know what it is. It feels like there's just something we're missing. IBP is going to be the first time I play a game like that, so I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I also love anime. Oh, shit. Damn it. Where'd you come from? Did you already respawn? I thought I'd have plenty of time to sit and rest. Son of a bitch. Money? I mean, that's what a lot of people are thinking. All right, I need to go. We'll try to rest up here. Stayed too expensive for long. let's see, New World is a high quality game, but I've always found it uninspiring. There's nothing special about it. It's just okay in every aspect. I mean, the story behind it right now has gotten a lot better, I will say. And I've always loved the harvesting part of New World. I kind of got pissy with the crafting. You know, when they were in alpha beta, they were, you know, what did they call it? We have endless crafting. Endless crafting. You play our game, you'll have endless crafting, which sounds cool until you realize the reason it's endless is because it's all random. You know, and I think that, not to have a realistic experience, but I would say I feel like in crafting, as your character improves, like you should have less randomness, not the same amount. Now, I think they've improved that a little bit. I'm pretty sure in, you know, New World, you can get a little bit more specific in what you craft, but that drove me nuts. So let's see, personal pros and cons of the game so far. They do have a group of developers who are really good working on it. You know, Bucky, Dread, Planendorf sometimes jumps on. He's not on right now. Hangs out with us. They have some really good talent working on it. They have some really good ideas, I will say. There's a lot of intercommunication with the community. I will also say, for the most part, the combat. I know somebody mentioned that it looks bad. I will say the combat actually for the most part feels pretty good. So those are some of the pros. Cons, we're in year 8 at this point. The progression sort of improvement of the game has been super slow, super frustrating. You know, at times you're left wondering, what were they thinking? At times you're wondering if they listen to feedback. The last few months have felt very rushed. You know, so I think it's easy to get this sort of feeling of, you know, are we ever really going to see what we hope to see? Hi, what if your game disaster? What if your game is disaster if it's launch? Personal opinion, I think Ashes. Ooh, I'm missing some chat. What did I just miss? Personal opinion, I think Ashes need to stack up on PvE content like dungeons and raids. Yeah, but they're not going to be. Yes and no. They need a whole lot more PvE content for sure. Hope the next milestone is PvE focus. That's a good question. I don't know. Have they commented much on what their next milestone will be? I think there should. Oh, well, the only thing I can remember is animal husbandry's got pushed back to the next one. There's not a big enough population for PvP diehard players to keep MMOs alive. That's a good, you know, Harv, that's something I brought up in that video I made about marketing, is how many PvP MMO hardcore players do we really think there are? All the biggest WoW servers are PvP. Really? The majority of the people are doing PvE 90% of the time. That's true. But they've told us they're not going to, you know, to not expect mythic type stuff. So to not expect that sort of difficulty challenge with their PvE content. They did tell us that. So, and the armor always. Wait, what did I miss? I missed something for you. My biggest complaint about the New World was that it was always the crafting felt bad, especially. Yeah, I agree. 100% agree with that. Armor always looked very lackluster unless you buy a skin. Yeah, I'm sure that's not on purpose, right? It can't be on purpose. What else do you stream on? I'm on everything, basically. YouTube, vertical shorts, and Twitch. So if you look for Theory Forge, anything at Theory Forge /Theory Forge. Raul Thompson, I appreciate the follow. Yeah, so if you want to watch on something other than TikTok, you can always come on over to Twitch if you want. Hey, ears. Oh, you talking about from my video? All right, I can't tell if it's because I got big ears that you said that, or if it's because I'm known for some of my YouTube videos having disappearing ears. Hopefully they're learning from New World and don't screw up with Lord of the Rings. Oh, I know. I think they will. I think they finally set into a good place. I hope we see something about the Lord of the Rings one. That and Light No Fire are sort of my big, can't wait. I do have some largely shaped ears too. That's why I was curious. Oh, I love your name. Cock and balls. What are your thoughts on lawless PvP zones? I think they're worthless right now. There are actually. Let me show you. Where's it at? Where's the active lawless zone? Right here. One, they put these into areas that have new players playing. Like this is in Riverlands, which is supposed to only go up to what, level 30 eventually? So it encourages players to either die or move. So I don't think lawless has any worth. And I think anyone in chat that actually plays PvP in this game would tell you probably the same thing. I think lawless zones are completely worthless right now. PvP keeps the world alive longer than PvE grind does. Oh, you're still talking about WoW. I don't know that it. I mean, I feel like WoW is a largely, because then they got rid of PvP servers, right? Like you can just PvP now. If Light No Fire doesn't hit off, I might just give up gaming. Oh, I know. And when they showed, that's something we had talked about for a long time. What if there was a high fantasy version of Light No Fire, or of No Man's Sky? And then here it is. This is Ashes of Creation. They have a button called War Mode that toggles. Yeah, that's what I thought. I haven't played WoW regularly. So my trajectory of gaming was, I started off as a kid playing EverQuest. Moved into, from that to EverQuest 2, from that to World of Warcraft, and I played World of Warcraft for years. Ah, shit, I got something else on me here. All right, why do you quit fighting, dude? I stopped World of Warcraft probably around, I want to say, Mr. Pandaria. I just want to say your mustache is uneven. Yeah, my face is uneven, is probably what it is. How do you think they will improve PvP? I hope so, because this is a PvP game. This is Ashes of Creation. I heard it was expensive to get into it. It's $100 right now to play alpha. Now $100 gets you the rest of alpha, as well as beta 1, beta 2, and it gets you a month of game time once the game releases. Now with that, you get 90 days. Jesus Christ, where are these all coming from? You get 90 days. Oh my Jesus. All right, we got to get the fuck out of here. What is going on, man? All right, I might be dead. Unless I can run. Oh, these freaking wolves. I can't outrun a wolf. The wolves have been busted forever. So if I could outrun this wolf, I could potentially go invisible. Is somebody healing me? What is going on? Oh, you're healing me. No, run. Oh, you're 19. All right, I'm gonna come in and try to help. Maybe. Sorry, chat. I'm gonna have to come back to you here in a second. So you can't outrun wolves? God damn it, why do you quit fighting? So your attacks hit everything, and then, but what happens is, whenever what is right in front of you dies, the character quits fighting for some reason, and then you have to go. That's weird. See, like that. I don't know, man. All right, I'm totally lost. I thought I was dead there, so I'm totally lost track of chat. Sorry, I don't even remember what I was saying. To me, this looks like Elder Scrolls and New World. It definitely takes a lot of New World and a lot of love from New World. All right, I gotta thank this person. Say, thanks. All right. Well, that was almost a disaster. To say the least. Okay. Take me back to phase 1, please. Phase 1 was such a wonderful time, wasn't it? It's come so far since I last seen it. I have high hopes for this game, the Riot MMO. Yeah, Riot is how long ago is it? Were we told Riot put on what 2-year hiatus or something? Like they're not going to tell us anything about it for a while. While it does well, it's just no one notices. They're pressing buttons so fast it's auto targets. Game doesn't have this. Yeah, this is Ashes of Creation. Yeah, I mean, there is tab targeting. So, I mean, I can tab target in and then just press, you know, your key combo for combat, but it drives me nuts how you can pull a pack and then as soon as one dies, the character just quits swinging. It drives me absolutely crazy. All right, I'm trying to run to Miraleth. That was an interesting side to take, but there we go. But yeah, yes, this is Ashes of Creation. I think I was saying I would wait until November if you're thinking about purchasing it. Oh, someone's got a crate. Hello. So these are your crate runners. This is currently probably the easiest way to make money. So, on EU though, there are some people that will kill them, so you have to be careful. NA as well. Oh, the golden coin. For some reason, I thought that guild name said the golden cunt, and I was very confused. Crate runners have become a target for PvP, so because no one does caravans anymore. All right, we're gonna run to Miraleth, and I almost want to become a citizen there. I wonder what happens. Like, what is their costs? I wonder. Oh, can you see how much taxes cost? Doesn't say. Wolf looks super cool. Are you talking about the skin? That's my favorite skin right here. This is Ashes of Creation. Open world MMORPG. If you like PvP, this will hopefully eventually be your game. These are my 2 favorite skins though in the game. Is it new? No. Huh. This has been Ashes of Creation, I think was announced in what, 2016? I'm pretty sure its first employees were 2015. Kickstarter was in 2017. And since then, we've had various versions. APOC, Ashes of Creation Apocalypse. We had Alpha 1, we had Pre-Alpha, we had Alpha 0. Now we're in Alpha 2. Thoughts on Throne and Liberty. I think started out well and has become sort of your big guilds rule all kind of thing. And I think a lot of your casual players don't do it anymore. I'll watch, was it Dank? Yeah, I'll watch him every once in a while. He's actually streaming it right now over on Twitch. So I do like how they do PvP though. How not, you know, how you have to more or less know that you're entering into a PvP situation. All right, there's like no one here. You're hooked on Throne and Liberty. That's good. Is it still infested by roaches? Are you talking about Throne and Liberty? Oh, Parrot Software. No, they've not played. Yeah, they decided to take a break. Actually, Kronos came in last weekend and was asking questions kind of about how things were going. So I don't think they've really been paying attention to it at all. Performance in Throne and Liberty was amazing. Yeah, they definitely have their server tech. I wish they would share that with, you know, the Ashes of Creation team. All right, what do we want to do? How long is it? I think if I give up citizenship, I forget what the cooldown is, but we could not become a citizen of Miraleth. So part of the reason it costs so much, we have to pay so many taxes in Winstead, is because we joined Winstead late. And I think they want us to try to move more out to its vassals, Joeva and Miraleth. But I don't want to give up the storage that I have and all of that. So yeah. What's weird, I usually don't like PvP, but I'm having fun with this one. Well, that's good. I'm a PvP kind of when I want to. I'm not going to go seek it out all the time, but you know, I'm not opposed to PvP. My biggest PvP days were probably in Vanilla WoW. Or early WoW, Vanilla Burning Crusade. All right, guys, what are we going to do? So, do we want to store shit here? What do we want to do? I don't know. We are in Miraleth, so I guess we can just go out and kill stuff. Any tips for beginners? How beginner are you? There are not a lot of quests. I would say initially, so my tips right now would be, do not start off in the Anvils. The Anvils is a mess right now. It's not fun. Exterminate, I appreciate the follow. Day one right now. Awesome. Biggest tip I would tell you is you get 90-day refund. So if you don't like it, you get your money back. So as this game is out, it's still an alpha. Alpha 2, phase 3. Yeah, I appreciate the follows. Exterminate. You're level 5. So have you done all the quests? I mean, the biggest thing I would tell you is start out in Lionhold. Do the initial quest lines. Get your mount. Get your harvest. Your bits and crafts. Get all your harvesting stuff from the quest lines there. That should get you like level 5, 6, something like that. From there, I would then pick up all the commissions. So I would just go get your, you know, we have all these commissions here. Just go pick them up. You know, kill goblins, harvest daffodils, catch bluegills, bass, stuff like that. Go pick up your commissions and do them. And that's going to level you up actually pretty quickly. And probably one of the best things to do is to, well, at level 5, you probably can't run to Winstead. But for example, eventually you will be able to just sort of pick up commissions at Miraleth, pick up Winstead. You can pick up all 3 and they'll all basically be the same. Kill ravens, kill wolves, kill bears, and then you can do 3 at a time. And that will help you level up fast. Once you get to level 9, the level 9 to 10 period gets much longer. It takes a lot longer to get to level 10. But at level 10, you get citizenship, which means you'll get more storage. You'll also get to sell stuff. Really, at that point, you're probably going to be, your best bet is to, I don't know, it depends on what you want to do. Is probably start looking for groups and guilds. The biggest thing right now, if you're by yourself, is going to be gear. You're going to have a hard time probably getting gear. And so if you get in with a guild, that will be a lot of help. So this is Ashes of Creation. I appreciate the follow. The Ignivar, did I say that right? I play Star Citizen, so I'm used to the alpha life. Yeah. Is it alpha, beta, zeta, theta? What phase is Star Citizen in right now? Give us your money phase. Can we see some combat? I'm sure. Why not? Let me run somewhere to show you some combat. We'll run back towards Winstead, fight some shit along the way. How's that sound? We are playing the Rogue, by the way, if you're wondering what we're playing. When is this game going to be released? I have no idea. Alpha for 12 years. Appreciate the follow. Is it NGL? Is that right? Is equipment only obtainable by crafting? You also can potentially get some drops, but drops are super hard to come by. 6 November, appreciate the follow. I like your name. But for the most part, crafting is where they're going to make things be available. So, but early on, you're going to feel very weak because you don't have the gear. There are some actual decent quest lines that you have to follow. Yeah, no, that's true. There are a few in there. Not a lot, but there are a few. You know, going back to the released question, level cap's 25. My opinion, and it's purely an opinion, is the end of 26, start of 27. That will get beta in 26. Now, if you ask anyone that follows Ashes, they're going to tell you I'm probably full of shit. But fine. Is it getting glitch when you're... Yeah, there's a lot of server issues. So, can I level up all professions? No, you'll eventually have to pick. Oh, this looks like a little... Yeah, you can only have so many as you go forward. Like, you can do everything to, like, what, 10... Once you get up to 50 Grandmaster status, you can only do, I think it's two Grandmasters. So there's the intent with that is to have a lot of interreliability on other people. So, or I guess have alts. But the time it takes to do all of that, I don't think alts are going to be a big answer, but maybe for some people that can know life, they're going to have a lot of alts, I think. So. All right, people are asking about combat. Actually, I want to do the rest of this real quick, and then we'll go combat. But actually, one of the nice things I will say with professions, so artisanship, right? You have harvesting, processing, and crafting, 3 different areas. Is you actually do get experience for all that, so you can level up your character. You don't just level up your artisan level. You level up your character level by doing those things, which I actually do like. I like the fact that that's the case. Is Ashes getting good updates? Not really. Now in November, we're supposed to get sort of our first big... shit, I'm out of space. We're supposed to get our first big... Actually, I can pick that up there. Storyline sort of update. Damn. All right. Oh, it's because I got these daffodils. Oh, well, whatever. Called the Harbingers. And so that hopefully will be a good experience, but we'll see. Don't really know yet. Running, it seems it goes sideways. Yeah, way more visual bugs today than previously for some reason. That might be. They've added a lot of the changes have not. I don't know. They had to go reset stuff and let's go see. Can I get this spider? Oh, I don't have space to harvest this anyways. Is this amount? It's a skin. Yeah, so I have just the basic horse, but then you have a skin. I think that skin was like from 2020. This is Ashes of Creation. You know what? We're going to get rid of that. And take the carcass instead. Come to me. Oh, we ran away. All right. We'll go. Actually, we'll do this. Housing storage. There's a lot of housing planned. So the plan is to have something called freeholds, which you can buy and sell. They're limited in number. I think the estimate was something like 10% of the server population would be able to get freeholds. Freeholds are also where you're supposed to have a little bit of some creativity potentially with how you design things. They have disabled freeholds for now. Game name, this is Ashes of Creation. They have disabled freeholds because they were not, I think they said something like they were not up to their standard or something like that. So if I want to level every skill, would I be wasting time? No, because you should still be able to use lower level crafting things and higher level recipes. So it might still make sense to go ahead and, level up everything. Plus, again, it helps you level your character levels. So, but yeah, this is Ashes of Creation. What else can I tell you? Any other questions? All right, wolves are a bitch, but we'll come over here anyways. You cannot outrun wolves for whatever reason. That bug has been there forever. Like even on a mount, like you're not able to outrun wolves. It's a pain in the ass. They fixed PvP or drops. Drops, no. No, drops are still, yeah, are still what they are. Fixed PvP. What part of PvP? Are you talking about anything specific or? Yeah, this is Ashes of Creation. I want to largely be a crafter for the most part. Like my days of raiding and PvP and shit are all pretty well in the past, I think. So I always envisioned Ashes, for me anyways, as crafting. But right now it's just been really rough with crafting. So, but I do not mind the idea that actually don't mind the idea that you can't level everything. I think that's not a bad design. Oh, F-uck the Gators. Is that right? Did I see that right? Nom de plume. I appreciate the follow. Are you a football fan, Gator person? Let's see. I bought this game like 6 months, a year ago. Do I own it forever? I was kind of confused. You could jump into alpha and beta right now. Eventually it will become a sub game. There is no buy-in. So there's no box cost. So what you purchased was alpha access, beta access, and presumably some form of either 1 month sub or something like that. But yeah, you could log in right now if you wanted. It's looking good. Can't wait for it to fully come out. But yeah, whenever that is. As far as fully coming out, my opinion, they have not said anything about that. My opinion is we're probably looking. Wait, I don't have space. I was about to start harvesting. All right, we do need to run up to Winstead just to get rid of all our shit. Because we're out of backspace. My opinion is that we're going to see a beta in 2026, potentially with release in 2027. Fuck, I got a bunch of bears and shit. What's up, Dark and Stormy? How you doing? I really enjoy your stream. Oh, I appreciate that. I'm just here to hang out, chat. Yeah, no? Have fun. Try not to blow smoke up your ass. Stool, I appreciate the follow. I hope people say this enough to you. You're a very good streamer, great content, great dialogue. Oh, I appreciate that. If you want to be a high-end crafter, you will need a guild. Yeah, that's true. I think you're exactly right, Lycan. For sure. It's just going to be so hard now. If literally it's your life, you know, we do have some no lifers. God damn it, where'd you come from? Defend yourself, asshole. Sorry, my mouth can get a little crazy at times. I promise. I'll tone it down. You should see me when I'm healing in a group. Oh, son of a bitch! You just killed my mount. All right, I'm running because I didn't see that. Oh, can I go invisible in the water? I didn't see that archer, man. You can't buy it. Yeah, no, you can buy alpha. Yeah, if you go here. That's my referral. It is. I would tell you though, to be blunt, I would wait. I would wait until November. Only for a few reasons, but the biggest one being there's probably not a lot to do right now. And my personal opinion is they're going to probably reduce the cost to get into alpha come November when they do marketing. I don't see how you market this game for $100 to, they're trying to get the lay person, right? The average person, the average Joe. And I don't see how you get any of those people for $100. So, and I think they probably understand that. I think when you look at premium pricing, they have probably, tapped out on how many people are willing to pay $100 or more on this game. So, wait, where's the referral? I didn't see it. So did it push through? Oh, it didn't, did it? It's in my bio. Looks like, so TikTok gets really, really like weird about, Nick, I appreciate the follow. TikTok gets really, really weird about referral links. The game is not built for the average player casual. No, it's most certainly not. But TikTok doesn't like to do referral stuff. That's why I've been trying to figure out how best to get a referral in. Now it was working when I would push this. It was a broken eqnexus.com/ashes, which was a hyperlink to my referral, but apparently it didn't look like it worked that time. If you're wondering why I'm running, it's because something killed my mount and I have to wait, what, 10 minutes? Yes, we still have 7 minutes for our mount to be reborn. Now, if I had another mount, I could just summon it, but I only have one right now. And you can get more than one. So, Obi-Wan Bon Jovi, love your name, by the way. Thank you for the follow and the likes. I need to know. I love to know where people's names come from. That's hilarious. I assume you're a Bon Jovi fan. How's the game? Game is, I would say, very average. I think if somebody asked me to rate it out of 10, I'd probably be honest and say it's like a 5. And on good days, it's a 5. Bad days, it's less than that. You know, the pluses right now, it does have, you know, a solid core group of developers that are fun to hang out and talk to if you see them in game. They have some good ideas. It's been really hard to implement those ideas. Combat is largely pretty stable. I think most people that like PvP like the PvP here. Well, no, that's even starting to get kind of hard. Oh shit, all these skeletons coming from. That dude's got to be like level what, 20, 24, yeah. Game's got a lot of scuff marks though, so, you know. Good thing is you get 90-day refunds, a 90-day refund policy. You can play as much as you want, get your 90 days, you can play 89 days straight and get your money back if you don't like it. Are there any quests in the game? Mostly it's a grind right now. Largely Ashes of Creation is just a grind. They do have some quests. So there are some starter quests and some other things that you can do. Once you get past those though, most of your time is going to be spent on commissions and just grinding. Now they've been telling us all about this new tool, what do they call it, an NCS, narrative content system, that they say they have finished, which is supposed to make it very easy to add stuff. And so November is supposed to be the first use of this tool that we get to see. with this Harbinger's sort of rotating event system. So we'll see if that's the case or not. Been waiting since 2020. I've been waiting since 2016, so get in line. Creepy, I was literally typing out what you were, oh, my rating, 1 to 10, yeah. Is this similar to Conan? No, I wouldn't think so. Link didn't work, but I went to the website. Oh, my link didn't work. Good to know. Alpha 2, yes, this is Alpha 2 Phase 3. I can probably get you the code. Oh, well. How's the enemy variety and the player economy? Player economy is an absolute mess right now. Enemy variety is low. You will find basically the same 10 things everywhere. And the economy is jacked up, so. That's why everyone wants a wipe. Well, not everyone, but a lot of people want a wipe. All right, can I get into my stuff, please? Storage clerk, there we go. Damn, that spider carcass is huge. I'm very concerned this NCS system is going to be some AI jank, like the, yeah, the AI stuff is pretty bad. Yeah, I'll give you that. That is the AI speech that they use is pretty horrible. So, economy is hard to fix. Ask New World. I mean, they've had their principal economy designer position for Ashes has been posted since 2020, and it's never been filled. So yeah, it feels like Darken's Dogma 2 situation. It sounds like New World corruption breaches. Oh, Dark and Stormy, I'm right there with you. When I first heard them talking about the Harbingers, I thought of New World because it's all corruption, it's rotating, PvP, PvE, blah, blah, blah. When's the full release? We have no idea. But my opinion again is into 2026, start of 2027. And I will say again, most people disagree with me on that. So. One thing that surprised me is the fact that the game is grinding, which is fine for a game, but not for a testing environment. Gen X, I agree. I don't know why they have it set up like they do. It's 100% not good for testing. I agree with you there. Did they ever finish player houses? Are they still useless? Oh, I never finished talking about that, did I? So yeah, so freeholds are still disabled. Yeah, you still cannot. Freeholds are still disabled. So, so in addition, you'll have freeholds, which are player-owned spots. I never finished that conversation. Oh man, my mount is still dead. There's also going to be player ends, which are instance housing, which we do not have. And then there's going to be end node housing. So you can buy actual houses that are, say, part of this node here. That is also not in. So no, there is no housing right now. Freeholds were in briefly, but they took them out. If you want to make a game, if you want to make a better weapon or gear, you just have to use better materials, highest grade. Yeah, I can go back and show you that real quick. I have 2 minutes before my mount resurrects anyways. $100 for wild. It's wild for a game though. I mean, look, if you like it, $100 right now will get you a minimum 15 months worth of content. That's like $7, $8 a month. I mean, that's like a coffee. So, you know, presuming you're going to actually like the game and play it regularly all the time, $100 is actually not that bad. Yeah, there's a lot they need to remedy before housing for sure. The update patching in AOC is brutal. Yeah, it is. Mounts have a cooldown. When they die, they do. Yeah, my mount died, so it has a 10-minute cooldown before I can use it again. Yeah, it is a lot of game time. I mean, I think if you actually like it, $100 is actually worth it. So it's a hard question to answer. So, but $100 for an alpha, I get why people are like, what the f is that about? But again, if you really like it, you're going to get your money out of it. So, I don't see a game. Oh, this is Ashes of Creation. All right. So somebody asked about crafting. So yeah, so you can see the different varieties. Like here's basalt. This is just common. That would make lower level stuff. But then I also have uncommon. Here's legendary. You know, we have heroic, varieties, rare, epic. So there's some, I think, negative feedback at times. Oh, you're welcome. For the amount of different quality items. So for example, Colin, I appreciate the follow. You know, when you're out harvesting, like your bags fill very quickly because you're getting common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, and heroic different drops of the exact same thing. Cole, I appreciate the follow. And so your bags fill up very fast. I like the general idea of this, of quality types. But this whole bag system does not work very well because of it. But yeah, you can make a variety of different stuff. So let me see if I can go find you something, an example. What's up, Saddam Perry? How's it going? Let's see if we can fight through the crowd. There we go. Marketplace. Let's see if we can find some items for sale. And here. So this person has heroic weapons. Actually, you might not be able to see that. All right, so there's like heroic, and then you have epic as well. So all of these are going to be different quality, right? And you can see all the different colors. Mounts are the same way. You can have different quality mounts as well. So, but you can see uncommon, and there's significant differences as you go up. So again, the general idea is crafting is supposed to be like the rule them all for equipment, shit like that. Marketplace is in the cities, yes. So every one of these settlements, we're in Winstead right now, but there's Joeva, there's Halcyon, there's Marileth, Nuela. Those are all of like the Riverlands, and they all have their own marketplace, and they're all unlinked. This is Ashes of Creation. So they're regional marketplaces as well. So, you know, if you post something in Winstead, you're not going to be able to see it in Marileth. So, so is it even on Shoal 2? Do what? I'm on EU. I'm not sure. You know that. Never mind. I bought the last pack they offered. I think it was $250. Played phase 2 some and some of phase 2.5. Feel like I got my money's worth out of it. Yeah, I mean, I definitely... Now, I admittedly have spent more than most, but, you know, I think for the most part, if anything, just getting to hang out and talk with people, I've felt pretty, feel like I got my money out of it. So, this is Ashes of Creation. Is this released yet? No, this is an Alpha 2 Phase 3. We do not know for sure when the release will actually be, but presumably my opinion is in end of 2026, start of 2027. Totally my opinion though. Yeah, with no fast travel, backspace becomes, yeah, it does become tedious for sure. I'm not sure I like their system, but you know, they're set on it, so you just got to work with it. Speaking of the no fast travel, they actually did introduce erroneously an NPC that was supposed to remain on, that was supposed to just be on PTR, that was fast travel. They actually did introduce that in the last patch to production. We tried finding him, and it looks like he has been removed. So, but you were able to fast travel to like Citadel, Stillbloom, and all these other places. I don't know, man. How do you version control, right? Like, how does that even happen? All right, we're gonna run. Where do we want to go? Do we want to go back towards Highwaymen? I mean, that's, you know, fair place, I think, right? Good little spot over there by the docks area. You just got yours? Well, hopefully you have fun. Like I said, you get 90 days. If you don't like it, you can always return it. So, all right, I got multiple things trying to kill me here. What are these wolves out here? They're not usually just chilling. I think that's optimistic for this to be released at the end of 2026, 2027. What do you want to hear my opinion on why that is? You know, I will share my thoughts on that. So now when it's set game time a month. Oh, so you'll get all of alpha, you'll get all of beta, and then you get 1 month. So it will become a sub-based game, and you'll get 1 month for free. You won't have to buy anything again. There's no like box cost, but you'll get 1 month. We don't know what the monthly cost will be. Presumably it's $15, but we have no idea. Yeah, that's what I mean when you buy into this. I mean, $100 is a lot of money. I'm not trying to downplay that, but you'll get a lot of months out of it, presumably if you've used the game time for those months. But all right, so my rationale for end of 26, start of 27, which I get most people hear that and they're like, what is wrong with you? This last year, we've seen a lot of rush. We've seen a lot of stuff get pushed forward to production. Like, look at this. Did you see the lighting just change? Stuff like this that we get pushed to production, and prior to everything, other things being fixed. So there's been this almost EverQuest Next like approach to development that worries me, that it's just about get this out, without actually fixing some of the bigger issues. Once we got into Alpha 2 Phase 3, like literally 2 days after we got into Phase 3, which keep in mind, they've always told us this phase is going to take at least a year. Like 2 days later, they do a live stream. Intrepid does. Steven's there with Margaret. And they immediately start talking about beta, exit criteria for alpha, entry into beta. And then he goes on 2 different interview shows, talks about the same stuff. So in my mind, it's sort of like, well, why are you talking about beta and all of this 2 days after your alpha comes out? This is Ashes of Creation. Why are you bringing these things up? And the only thing I could ever come up with is they're trying to set the tone for us of what to expect. So they've shifted their comments a lot, and then we get to marketing, right? So then you get to the marketing side. Why are you marketing in November? I just still can't get that. Why are we going to market this game? So there's all of these little things that are sort of lining up. I explain it better. I have a YouTube video that I did that probably explains it better, but there's just a lot of little changes, a lot of little things that have started to add up to where I think that they're looking towards releasing this game much faster than what people realize. So, and I get it. When I say that, most people are like, you're crazy, because the game feels so underdeveloped. And I get that. Like, I'm not saying we should be releasing. I have to, I don't know, man. It just feels that way. Having followed this for so long, right? Like, something just feels different. This is not ready for beta. Way too much content still missing. I agree. Again, I'm not saying I think it's ready. I do think that's where it's going. Must be bleeding too much money. I mean, I think that's maybe part of it. That's what some people say. We know they've spent over $100 million at this point, and most of that's just Steven's money. How big is this game? Do you mean like a size-wise on your hard drive, or just overall world storage-wise? I want to, what is it, guys? 100, 150 gigs, something like that? Somewhere in there. Yeah, the game is huge. It's not optimized by any means. We also, so some people think it's money. I also think part of it is just people are getting, I think there's just a general tiredness. Game is nowhere near beta ready yet. Right now, between the exploits and such, it's just a collection of ideals. Again, I'm not saying I think it should be in beta, but it doesn't change my mind. And I've been saying this for a little while now, and not one person from Intrepid has commented on a video, has come into chat to tell me I'm wrong. Like, I hope I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. I would love for Steven to come and say, no, we're good. We got 3 more years. But not one person's done that. So I really hope they take their time and do it right. I was so hyped when I first heard about the game. Oh, the other part is that they talked about a lot of things being pushed to post-launch. That's been brought up several times as well. And actually, I was just we knew that a year ago. Well, January, Steven did a live stream of his own. And he talked about wait, was that granite? What did I just turn in? He talked about how they had already made some decisions back then even of moving things to post-launch. So PS5, no, this is PC only. I don't think you'll ever see this come to any kind of console. Land is empty, void. Yeah, no, there's not a lot. I mean, really, Riverlands is the best fleshed out, and it still needs some love. The rest of this, I mean, there's stuff, but the Anvil's, needs a lot too. Ashes realistically is a 2030 game. If they rush for a quick release, it will new world itself. Yeah, I agree. And I hope I'm wrong. Like, I would love to be wrong. Like, I would love, but I need someone to come tell me I'm wrong. And so far, they won't comment on it. I've been trying to make enough noise to get them to have to come out to say something about it, and they've not. So I feel like if I was wrong, it would be super easy to come in and say that. Scorpio, I appreciate the follow. Taco Dill, I appreciate the follow as well. Like I said, nobody has done that. And Steven is known to comment on videos, right? Like if he sees something that he feels like's way out of place, like he'll make a comment. Heavy Arms, I appreciate the follow. Oh, the teleports. Yeah, no, that NPC was in there. What other games do I play? Highly depends. This will probably be the last weekend of Ashes of Creation until November. And Blue Protocol starts this coming week. So we'll probably switch to that for a little while. But mostly MMORPGs. Is what I'll play. So, how did I only just now get to level 2 Lumberjack? Weird. But I'm always willing to try stuff. If you see something you think want to watch me play live, just let me know. I'll check it out, maybe. I hope we someday get behind the scenes documentary of the Ashes development. I mean, they have said that they record all of their meetings. They've done that for years. Steven says they record all of their internal meetings. And I think the idea was to create a video like that about the development. It's coming over to UO Outlands. Still play WoW. I still play WoW. UO maybe. I mean, I'll check it out. I wouldn't be completely opposed to UO. I kind of missed UO. I started out with EverQuest, so. What's up? My beautiful wife just came in. Where are you going? Bye? Okay. She didn't want to be on camera. Yeah. Play Outland's not official. Yeah, haven't they added like a whole lot of stuff? Oh shit, I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna die. Oh, I got something else on me. That's the problem. All right. Oh, and a healer. All right, sorry. I was chatting. Completely missed. Yeah, I'll try Outlands. Is that Dune game worth? Dune's pretty much dead at this point, I think. Anytime you start getting marketing that says, hey, you can come play for free, I think is a bad sign. When they had charged before. Outlands is the feel of UO, but almost all reworked. Yeah, no, I will gladly do that. But I also am a fan of WoW still. I actually think that they've made a lot of positive changes. I'm kind of excited to see him listen to the community more. Blizzard. All right, this should not be this hard. Just need a direct Star Wars Galaxies. Aren't there some good ones out there though? Well, maybe not graphically. There's some Star Wars Galaxies games out there that are not, that have also been reworked and done right. Oh wow, private servers. I mean, I think that part of why World of Warcraft has become better is because of the popularity of private servers. So, you know, private servers have been around forever. So the fact that they're sort of now diving in and trying to get people to, you know, they're taking legal action and blah, blah, blah. I do think that is partly why we're starting to see improvements on the WoW side. I've enjoyed my 15 years. You played WoW for a while. Yeah, Midnight looks good. I mean, I've already purchased it, so. What the fuck? I've been enjoying Albion. I actually thought about Albion this morning. Crazy enough. Shit, he jumped far too far. Yeah, WoW is definitely never going anywhere. I think the only thing that kills WoW is Blizzard. Gonna be in a nursing home before this comes out? No, you won't. This will be out sooner than you realize. Yeah, I gotta say, I feel like the backstabs, not super impressive. Like, I'm used to games where when you backstab, right? If you backstab correctly, you get a big benefit from it. And I don't feel that way here. Rogue with spear, yeah, looks wild. I do love that the design lets you use, you know, anything that you want from a weapon perspective. I think that's really good. You know what? We forgot to get food. I'm gonna go back and get some food real quick. Strong Kaladin vibes. I did install EverQuest 2. I reinstalled yesterday. Man, if anything, the music and the UI sounds just like bring me home. Oh yeah, Warborn. What's it called? Yeah, Constantine streams that. Warborn above something. I've not actually played that one. Journey Before Destination. You know, that's part of what sticks in my mind when we talk about Endgame and EverQuest, and why part of it, you know, obviously a lot of it's nostalgia. So, you know, I'm aware that a lot of my opinion is based off of this idealized version of my childhood. But I will say, like, I got to raid. Like, there were significant raids at, like, what? You could start raiding at like 25, 30? What was Castle Mistlemore? It was like level 40 or something. I don't know. Like, the journey meant something. It used to. Not so much anymore. Yeah, I know. Actually, that's the plan today with the stash. I'm gonna clean this beautiful, ugly ass face up a little bit. Don't you worry. Tomorrow we'll come back. Just a slightly bit prettier. I think that explains the popularity of Turtle WoW. They focus heavily on the journey. Yeah, for sure. Is this game fun lately? What's your definition of fun? I'm having fun hanging out, talking to people about it. I saw it for a while. Curious if it's still worth playing now. I would wait until November. In November, we'll get some new content, supposedly, Harbingers, and that will hopefully make things a little bit more fun and not so repetitive. But we'll see. The biggest concern, so for people who don't know, Harbingers are rotating corruption events. So feels a lot like New World. You know, based off player action in an area, corruption will build and build and build, and then it becomes an event, and you have to complete PVE tasks in order to get corruption to go away. Now mixed within that, these corruption areas will be lawless. So you will, you know, you'll have the potential for PvP, and oh damn, I'm out of space. I need to get to level 10 so I can start like selling shit. So there's going to be a mix of PvP and PvX, or sorry, PvP and PvE. Now the big concern about that is it is a lawless area. So there's already a lot of people, a lot of guilds in Discord, for example, saying that they really don't want to let everyone. They want to let corruption spread. You know, they don't want to let people be corruption free. So yeah, I think I don't know how these events are going to work. I think they're going to probably turn into a lot of ganking, but we'll see. Corruption zones will be lawless. Yeah, sure will. I don't know if I like that. You know, it's interesting. You know, there's tools you can use to go look back through YouTube videos, right? It'll search through their closed caption stuff for words. And when you look up lawless did not really exist much prior to like 2021. Basically, if you go to Jeffrey Bard was their creative director up until like what, 2020? I don't know, when did he leave? And once he left, he came from Daybreak, Sony. So he was sort of your EverQuest kind of person. He worked on EverQuest 2, and then he leaves, and we start seeing the word lawless. And you can actually do this. I mean, you can go search their YouTube videos very easily for the word lawless. And most of the time, lawless pops up in language like 2023, 2024. And it's sort of continued to grow and grow and grow. And the you know, everybody at first was like, oh, that's so cool. Like, you know, a lot of people wanted lawless. But I don't think it works. I think people are frustrated with it right now. They don't like it. So I'd rather griefers. I mean, that's something that I think you're going to see a lot of griefing with these. I guess that's my point. Like, it's going to be super interesting to see how everyone responds. But you already have a lot of people out there saying, no, we're not going to let it happen. We're going to let the corruption spread. You know, so if you got people that are wanting to do PvE events, I think they're going to be sorely disappointed. Unless they're part of a big guild. So I am level 9 right now. Spend most of my mornings just chatting. So we're going to go level a little bit, but we're also in our first hell level. So I feel like Lawless was thrown in during alpha as a band-aid carrot, and now that it's a bigger game. Yeah, well, that's how it was presented, right? Lawless zones were supposed to be... Wait, I'm going the wrong way. Initially, Lawless was presented because they said open seas. You know, they want open seas to be lawless, basically. Which was also not originally part of the game plan. But the idea of lawless zones were supposed to be because we didn't have open seas yet. Well, now we do have open seas. And we still have lawless. So they're not going anywhere. the lack of things that enable pseudo factions like religion, for example, make it too much of a free for all. Well, they're getting closer and closer to factions. Like you can no longer, for example, CC members of your fellow citizens. So that starts to be more faction-like. All right, where do we want to go? What kind of gear you got? Adept? No. I mean, I'm level 9. So, basic stuff. So what you're seeing is a skin, by the way. But this is my gear. It's nothing super. It's all shit. Nothing super great. It's better than nothing. So I can't wait for housing and WoW. Oh yeah, it's starting to look like some of the best housing that's been put in an MMO, but we'll see. Did I hear you mention when your mount dies, there's a respawn time? Yes, 10 minutes. A 10-minute wait time. Are you a dev or partner? I have no affiliation with Intrepid. If that's what you mean? All right, we're gonna try to backstab this guy and then pull him away. Come with me, sir. All right, can you? There we go. Yeah, I have zero affiliation with Intrepid. Let's say you have a second mount. Oh yeah, if you have a second mount, you can spawn that one. I just don't. Yeah. So, I mean, you can carry 5 mounts. 4 of them die. You still have a 5th that you can run around with. People wanted to PvP without corruption, so that's why there was an outcry for more lawless zones. Yeah. But I think most PvPers would say that lawless zones don't work. Mounts are acquired, bought, caught. You can buy them. There are some quests that give basic mounts. There's like 2. And then you can catch them through animal husbandry. So, you know, if you go up to a wolf, I wish I could show you. I don't know if there's, I don't think we're in an area that has a lot of, yeah, we're not in an area with a lot of animals, but you can basically tame them. It's kind of stupid. It's a little bit of a stupid system. You just walk up to it and you just stand there and push a button and then it harvests the animal. But you can get like a wolf. Now you can also get like a wolf carcass, which you then turn into meat. But if you get a wolf, you can then take that and turn it into a mount. But it's a 50-50 shot of either getting a mount or what's called a beast of burden. I think it's 50-50. And beast of burden is used. Those are just too close together. A beast of burden is used to pull your caravans. All right, we're gonna switch to a bow. I'm gonna see if I can just pull this healer by itself. Is it worth $100? Thought about getting it, but the $100 make me second guess. I mean, that is such a hard question to answer, to be honest. If you like the game well enough to play it all the time, it's worth it because you're going to get, 15 plus months of gameplay for $100. So considering this is a sub-based game and that their sub's going to probably be like 15. If you play 15 months of this, it's like $7 a month. The cost of a coffee. Now, that being said, I would wait. Ah, shit. I got an arsonist too, I think. I would wait until November. because I think that they're gonna. Did that dude just? Oh shit! I got 3. Where'd that all come from? That must have been a pair over there. All right. Why? Oh, it pulled me out of stealth. Now I'm like slowed or something. Shit. By myself, I really can't take 3. Anyways, I forget what I was talking about. You made it worth it with that explanation. Oh, yeah, and there's a 90-day refund. So if you you can always get your money back within 90 days. But I think in November it's going to probably, my opinion, and not fact, is they're going to probably drop the price of alpha. So, you know, I would just wait. All right, this has not turned out to be as good as I thought it might. All right, we got a defender. Let's see if we can take him. So I would potentially just wait until November because I think the cost will be cheaper. They will not be able to survive sub-based in today's market. I mean, it's definitely going to be tough. He stunned me. Did you see that when I jumped? That's weird. All right, this is slow, man. All right, we're going to go somewhere else, I think. This just is a slow snooze fest right here. Thank you for your insight. Oh, yeah. And I don't think, you know, there's a 90-day refund. I have a feeling they're going to probably somehow, if they do change the amount of money it costs, they're going to probably, they might change how they do the refund. I'm not sure. Because I could see a lot of people like trying to get money back. You know, and then you know, they just spent $100 60 days ago. So they refund it and then they try to purchase it for cheaper. Is the game out? No, it is still Alpha 2 Phase 3. It is not out yet. Shit. My opinion is that we will have a release sometime at the end of 2026 or start of 2027. Hook me up with a copy. I ain't paying $100. You know what? I would love to be able to do giveaways that included. What the hell? Did that motherfucker just really? And he killed my mount. The healer literally killed my mount and then ran away. What in the goddamn shit is that? And then you get in this whole caster cannot stealth bullshit. Yeah, we might be dead. Where did all this shit come from? Where did the Minotaur even come from? I don't know where that was. He's took damage. What hit him? Oh, I really like how water looks. Well, water looks okay. Although I think most games it's not hard to make water look nice. Oh yeah, I know you can't stealth when seen. I just, whatever. Will they address the movement of characters? Because shit looks bad. Well, what part of movement? Oh, going back to the $100 copy. Yeah, we have never been able to give away keys. And actually, when you look at, what the benefits of the content creator program are going to be for the creators, it does not include keys. It will include skins. But yeah, it will not include keys. So that kind of sucks. But I feel like most people would want, I mean, I guess skins might be okay, but like there's a lot of people that you would love to be able to do key giveaways too. But that does not seem to be something they plan to do anytime soon. How's it going? What did you get the EXP debt from? We were crossing a river, started fighting a raven, and all of a sudden 2 highwaymen showed up. And with that and like 3 other ravens and a minotaur. So the wonderfully placed monsters in this game. They're even worse up in the anvils. Anvils are terrible with how things are placed there. As a CC pro, I wasn't carrying anything pretty much, so I'm not going to worry about actually going back and getting my corpse. Has the CC program officially been spun up yet? No. Yeah, they've, I think for the last year or more, the line has been, we're almost closing. We're about to close applications. Get yours in, because we're closing applications soon. I mean, they've been saying that for like a year. Now, it does sound like potentially maybe November with marketing, they'll do some CC stuff. But who are they going to buy from a content creator? You know, I don't know. Like this is part of the video I did with marketing. Like, you know, the big people have already covered this game. Amount of sick is this game like, wow. This is a skin, number 1. And no, for many reasons, I would never compare this to WoW, other than it being an MMO. All right, where did we die? Oh, we went all the way back here too. Briarmore Farm. All right, well, we can kill shit. That's fine. I need to find something a little higher level than this, though. Let's go north. Yeah, who knows when the CC program's going to come out, because they had always talked about wanting to do it differently too. Like have it almost be a training program where if you didn't get in, they would work with you on being able to make better content so that you could get in. Uncle Jesse, I appreciate the follow. You know, is that going to happen? Is that just one of the grand scheme and ideas of things that they had that don't come to fruition? I don't know. Austin, I appreciate the follow. All right, let's kill some goblins. Oh wait, I didn't mean to fish. Sorry. But you pull away, dude. Thank you. Didn't mean to fish. When is this game actually coming out? I don't know. No one does. Again, my opinion is 2026. End of 2026, start of 2027. But most people will tell you that I'm full of shit, so. Where are you running, asshole? Playing this casually worth it at the moment? Casually? Probably not. I don't think this will ever be a casual friendly game. What's up, Tribble? Oh, dude came out of nowhere. After seeing how they clash with creators, I have very little hope for the program. I don't think they clash. I think they obviously want a very specific type of message and group. And I gotta say, I don't necessarily, I understand that, right? Like if you're recruiting people, you want people that are gonna, I don't want to say not lie for you, but you're gonna want people that are positive, right? I think you can be honest and positive at the same time. So I don't think they clash with all of them. You know, I don't think I would say that. Is it PvP based? Yeah, this is largely a PvP game. They'll call it PvX, meaning player versus everything. But I still believe they use the PVX moniker in order to make PvE players more comfortable with PvP. It is a PvP game. Although right now, the way things are, I think most PvPers would tell you that it's not a PvP game. So it's complicated. We'll just say that. Can you elaborate what you mean by not casual friendly? So many of these systems just take a lot of time. So much time, and they're all group based, that even though right now it's largely a grind. So you're grinding everywhere. There's really not quests. There's not a lot to do, dungeons, raids, stuff like that. So it's just a pure grind. Now, and part of that will remain in, but you know, so many of these systems are meant for people that can spend hours and hours that I just don't think it will be a casual friendly game. Even to like the death penalties. So we were talking about this earlier. If you die, your materials. So we have an inventory. Damn it, go away. So your inventory, you know, we have items here. These will never drop on death. I'll keep these. The materials though will. So if I die, 50% of your materials disappear. You can go back and recover 25%. So imagine you're a casual player. It's the weekend, Saturday morning. You just spent 4 hours and you die. Somebody kills you, PvP or something like that. And you just lost all of that time. Well, I guess equivalent, functionally half your time just got lost because you lost half your items. Like I just don't think it's a casual friendly game. Are there any rogue skills that are locked to specific weapon type? No, yeah, anything can use any weapon or any class. So you're good on that. It feels very casual right now. Well, but I mean, you can casually play it, sure, but you're not going to get anywhere. This is Ashes of Creation. Depends on how many sweats will be on your server, I guess. How do you have access to play? Hopefully that goes through. There's a referral link of mine that will take you to the webpage, hopefully. For TikTok, it won't let me put the referral link, so I have to do this eqnexus.com/ashes, which will redirect you to the referral site. So. I played Throne of Liberty. It was really PvP at first, and then slowly became less PvP. All right, that's a flare. I don't know that we can take the flare, even though he's level 6. He is 2-star. So we're gonna go this way. How did he see me? Did I come out of stealth? But yeah, you can use any class can use any weapon, which is fun, which is nice. It lets you mix and match things. Now I'll show you. Samantha, I appreciate the share. Let me show you the skill trees. So here's your weapon skill tree. Now you'll notice for the rogue, so there are things that synergize better than others within your weapons. So lacerate is one of our skills here, and you can read there that it applies bleeding, but if the target is already bleeding, then it applies hemorrhage, which is just better damage, right? Now if you go into the weapon, the spear, you can select a finisher, and so I get to select bleed here. So 25% of a chance to activate bleed hitting a target. And so that synergizes well with some of my rogue abilities. Versus, let's see, longbow. I don't have bleed, so here's wound. There's some other things you can get with it, but it perhaps doesn't synergize as well. But anyways, I do appreciate the ability to use multiple different weapons. All right, we're gonna pull with a bow, I think. All right, dude is just killing. Maybe he's doing commissions. What level is this guy? 11. Just took all the goblins. He took them all, killed them all. So you tried summoner on PTR. Yes. It's really hard to understand the summoner. For the most part, it's okay. You know, there wasn't anything that was like massively problematic that I tried. Now, there were a few times my summons ran away. Which wasn't good, but yeah, it's really hard to know though how it feels just because of they did say it's like overtuned. Right now. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, he's chopping us pretty good there. So we're gonna head this way, I think. So with it being overtuned and with us giving us a lot of good armor, it was really hard to know how it feels. So I was killing 2-star things that were my level or higher, easy with it, using the hunter pet. So I have to assume like that's not intended long term, but. Who knows? All right, where are we at right now? What time is it? About 10 o'clock. So we still got a little bit of time. What game is this? This is Ashes of Creation. Made by Intrepid. It is an open world MMO that is largely PvP based with PvX content. It is very much still in development. Currently in an Alpha 2. Alpha 2 Phase 3 is the current stage of development. How fun is it so far? Mildly fun for me. There are parts that are a lot of fun, and there are parts that are just sort of meh. Come November, hopefully it's going to be better. Blake, I appreciate the follow. November, we get hopefully a better story system and some other stuff put in place that, you know, it gives us just right now. The biggest thing I would say is it's just such a grind that it's not always fun. Yeah, embrace the grind. What's up, Mr. Notastic? How are you? Embrace the grind. I know that's not what Steven said. Steven said embrace the suck. Embrace the suck. That is what we were instructed to do. Which I disagree with, but there's a very interesting quote from Dave Georgeson, who was creative director for EverQuest Next. Who said that even during alpha and beta, you still need to make the game fun or gamers will leave. I would absolutely love to know what the retainment numbers are for Intrepid. Brewing coffee, getting ready to do some alt leveling fun. What alt? What are you playing? Shit, what does it do? It's just very interesting. Two very different approaches, right? One creative director saying, you know what, our alpha's got to be fun or we're going to get people leaving. And another saying, embrace how bad it is. It is an alpha. I will say with that, EverQuest Next obviously was closed. I think I'm the last Pantheon player. Oh man, has the server really gotten that dead? Does Joppa still stream? Do you watch him? Boomer? All right, we can look actually, can't we? Pantheon Steam chart. Now they have their own launcher too, right? So this won't capture everybody. Let's see. For Steam, right now they have 444 people playing with a peak of 689. Yeah, they have lost, haven't they? All-time peak. Well, I mean, the all-time peak was 7,000, so it wasn't always super high. How do you like Ashes of Creation? I mean, for the most part, I still believe in the dream. Right now, it's very hard to... if I wasn't streaming this to you all and sort of chatting about it, I probably would... I largely do not play on my own time. Hopefully that changes in November. But right now, I largely will play other things. So... I guess that's one way to look at it. What is this World of Warcraft copy? This looks nothing like World of Warcraft. It's not a copy, but it also just doesn't look like it. Yep, Bob Ross bushes over here, glittering in the daylight. Harvesting's all different. November is going to be the most important update in a while. Yeah. Nobody still streams Pantheon. A few others are trying to hang in there. I mean, Pantheon had, I think it was such a, it's an unfortunate, it's unfortunate kind of the history of Pantheon. Oh, that was wild. Did you see that he jumped over the one guy and started stabbing the other? I don't think that was intended. Imagine saying it's a WoW copy because it shares the only thing being that it's an MMO. Yeah, I mean, it's just not a WoW copy. Did they just release a new zone in they did just release a new zone in Pantheon that I enjoy so far. Well, that's good. I've play tested Pantheon a little bit, but not a lot recently. All I can say is Ashes better come out before Classic Plus does, or it's a no-go. I don't know. You gotta move where the chat is. You're staring right at our soul. Why? I like it. You want it to the side? It's just easier. That way I don't have to like... You're the first person to say that. Is it really that annoying? Games remind me more of ESO than WoW. Yeah, it's ESO. Visually too. I got Black Desert at home. They're giving us Harbingers, but all we want is RNG rarity. Exactly. This is Ashes of Creation. Is right. There's something unsettling about your look when you stared at your chat. All right. I look demonic or possessed. I mean, that just means I trapped you, right? The problem with that is just that I gather chat from so many different places, but I can figure it out. The person just has a problem with eye contact. Hey, it's not for everyone. Some people just want to be behind, right? Boomer, I appreciate the follow. Rarity's supposed to be fixed in Harbingers, supposedly. What was the reason they gave that they had fixed static rarity, but then when they put in the what's it called? When they put in the collection of resources, god damn it, that they did that with the old version and not the new version of static rarity, I think. When you stare at chat, there's a little millennial stare thing going on. Clusters, yeah. I didn't know that bothered people so much. Well, shit. No, the stream so I use streamer.bot, which gathers all my chat for me. And it is right behind the camera. All right, Boomer, I appreciate you. Now y'all got me like I'm thinking too much about it. Now I'm thinking about too much about staring at it. Damn, I thought you were looking at me. I thought this was personal. You tried the summoner class? Yeah. All right. You motherfuckers. This is annoying the shit out of me now. Now I'm like totally, hold on. Assholes. All right. Now it's leaning all over and shit, but is this better? Now I'm thrown off. They're scared of the stare because of the mustache. Mustache had them hot. Yeah, I did try the summoner. You're gonna stare at me so much. At least buy me dinner. Summoner, I think is. Oh shit! There goes my dog. Summoner is, I think is well positioned. It's really hard to know how things feel with it being overtuned, but for the most part, it feels like it's in a good space. Chat bullies Phantom X, we have arrived. Well, I was now very self-aware of staring at you all, and now it's leaning, so it's. Anyways, that's gonna probably bug me just as much. It's all good though. Sorry, I'm just laughing at myself. What's up, Imnop? Summoner, when is Summoner coming off PTR? I mean, not for a little bit. Supposedly in November. Half the kit's broken though. Great. Summoner too broken to tell, but skill design seems good. Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, there's parts. If you look at the patch notes, like half the kit's broken, and when you combine that with it being so overtuned, I about jumped right off that ledge. Oh, I look at it all the time, John. I mean, I almost all of my shorts and TikToks come from this stream. So, I mean, I'm watching it all the time. I mean, I'm not uncomfortable by it. Actually, I think looking directly at the camera is a better process, but that's fine. The look did not at all reflect your generally pleasant, kind nature. I mean, was I mean mugging you? I mean, Jesus, I don't know what's. What do you mean by overtune? So at my level, we have the starred system, right? So, really, anyone should be able to do no star mobs, and there's 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. I was killing things that were 2-star mobs that were above my level easily with the hunter pet. So that's what I mean by overtuned. Like it's not been tuned to actually fix or to fit the actual combat leveling process. So you're getting more damage and stuff done, less taken. It's just overtuned. Now Phantom will never look at us again. So it's OP. Yeah, right now it is. Also, when when you're testing it, you're given a bunch of nice armor and stuff. So it's just, you can level up to 25 if you want to. You're my #1 fan, according to YouTube. YouTube's got some really good features coming to it, actually, for streaming and stuff like that. So, because right now it can kind of be shitty. Ducky, I appreciate the follow. Oh no, the summoner. So the summoner is our last archetype to get put in. The summoner is the 8th and final, and it's currently on PTR, the public test room. And they just started it this week for testing. And it's just overtuned right now. It's very easy to kill stuff with it. Far too easy. Rumet, I appreciate the follow. It just makes it really hard to kind of gauge, but I do think I think it's going to be a good class. You know, we'll see when we get it. How long does it take? But I think it looks like it's going to be fun. So excited for the summoner. Wanted to play it when I bought my key. Yeah, we all want to play it. I'm mostly ready for the secondaries that come with summoner. Game is still in alpha. Yeah, it's alpha 2 beta, phase 3. We're not in beta yet. This is Ashes of Creation. And there's a referral link. It costs $100 right now to get in. That $100 will get you all of the remainder of alpha, beta 1 and beta 2, plus 1 month of game time. Because this will be a sub-based game eventually. Be very interesting to see group comps with the summoner, for sure. I mean, I assume you're going to right away have like entire groups of all summoners. And I actually bet it will be viable too, but we'll see. I'm not sure how I feel, you know, so initially you have to select one summons. Because your actual summons is in the skill tree. So it's not like you're a summoner and you're automatically able to, you know, get a summon. You actually have to spend a skill point to summons. So you do have to pick, like, do you want to tank? And then as you level, you can get the remainders. I don't know how people will feel about that, but group summons with 8 summoners, though. I mean, that's what they've talked about, but do you think that's coming anytime soon? We can hope. We can hope and we can pray. All right. And I'm still thinking about not staring at this camera. You all got me all sorts of messed up today. John, you've been sitting here with me for how long? How many weekends now have we sat and chatted? I like having to choose the first. Oh, I like having to choose one, but the first should be free, like the bard instrument choice. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I mean, you're a summoner, right? Like, I don't know why you need to spend a skill point. I agree with you there. Exit criteria. Need to make a game called a song. Use AI and create a song called Exit Criteria. Yes, it is still alpha. We're in alpha 2 phase 3. We have been in alpha for about, what, 2 years? Or sorry, 1 year now? Because it started October of last year. So we're almost at a year. You're like my Ashes news updates these days. I appreciate. Oh yeah. You know, I think I've said this before. You know, I'm not necessarily streaming this to be competitive or anything. I'm just here to chat with y'all. So I don't follow the game on your own anymore. Yeah, I can see that. There's not a lot to follow right now, unless I guess drama. All right, we're gonna see about picking this guy off. I don't know why there's a Raven there with both of those, but They had a similar issue with fighter at first too. You had to spend a skill point to even access some of the other fighter forms. Yeah, I don't know. It's the same with the cleric, right? One of my biggest complaints about the cleric has been that you have to spend your first skill point on the cleric resource, and it just feels so bad. Oh, I should probably go after the arsonist first. All right, can you fight? What's wrong with you, man? New servers coming November 18th. What's the point of playing right now? I mean, they've not officially said that. I tend to agree with you. This will be the last weekend for us, I think, for Ashes until November. So, November comes, and we'll probably, obviously, we'll get back in November with Ashes when they have the new thing come on. But for most part, we're gonna switch over to probably Blue Protocol, and just kind of check that out for the next couple of weekends. So, Gizmo, I appreciate the follow. But believe me, it's official. I mean, I'm not, as a creator, going to say it's official. I will say it would have been a very big, for me, problem if your CS people come into Discord and ask everyone their thoughts on a fresh start server if it hadn't already been discussed internally, right? Like, I don't think that's something you ask unless you've already talked about it as a group. So I don't think they expected the backlash that they got from bringing that up. I don't think that was expected. And so that's where we went back to this whole, oh, no, we're not actually, it's just a question. You know, we don't actually, you know, we haven't planned anything. Like, if you haven't planned anything and you're asking your community that, like, I think that's kind of an issue. Wipe it all. Yeah, I think they will. I mean, when you look at the reasoning, right? Pretend like no new server wipe in November. You don't want to waste too much time. But don't go hard. Yeah, because it probably will. You really think they're going to make... I mean, that's a good point too, Dark and Stormy. I think they will make the November 18th date. I think it's all hands on deck. I think they have to show something by the end of this year, and they don't want to do it in December because of the holidays. Wipe it all though. Yeah, I mean, if they're going to do marketing, right? Like, I don't think you start a fresh start server and leave the other two servers up. I mean, do you really want to spread out your player base that thin? Because Ashes, you know, as it is with what we have, it's a big world. You know, it's a pretty large world, right? So it can feel very empty and very dead if you don't have enough people. And introducing a third server without shutting down the other two, I think it's just a bad idea, because you're gonna, you know, you're gonna make the world feel dead, basically. So merge Shoal and EU and open a fresh start server. I mean, that's possible, sure. That might not be a bad way to go either. But only they know what they expect, right? We don't know how much they expect to get from a player. You know, I'm sure they've done internal estimates as far as like how many people they expect to capture in in marketing. Who knows if they're correct? Hopefully they have realistic expectations. Your camera was... What now? Did I bump my camera? I think cap goes to 30 as well. Really? You think they're gonna... I feel like we would have already seen some of that in the data files. Although I guess, to be fair, there have been some new skills and stuff added that people can't figure out to some classes. Your camera was not crooked. So is it crooked now? Because I might have bumped it when I moved the... Oh, shit. Look fine. Okay. Yeah, y'all really threw me off there. Staring at your soul. Maybe if I just put it just to the side, like if I stare right here, does this feel like I'm still staring at you versus this? Like I could see if I'm staring right at the camera, but if I'm staring just right to the side, is that better? Screen in portrait mode. I'm not following. Maybe I'm an idiot. For the record, you look much better when you look up to the side. All right. I'll take your word for it. Thanks, Sight. What's up? I always think it makes streamers look distracted when they do that, when they look to the side. I didn't know there were so many opinions on this. There's so many opinions about staring at the camera, looking to the side of the camera. How does it make people feel? How do you look? Now it's like straight nostrils. What does that even mean? My nostrils are looking at you? I mean, they would have been looking at you before though, right? I like you to look at the camera when you're talking to us, but look at the game or chat the rest. Okay. Viewer percent goes up by 45. I'll do too. A little slight chat reposition. I mean, it's good. It's good to know. You know, I gotta say, as somebody that's just streaming, that's not something I would actually never necessarily think about. Camera was right directly in front, or the chat was right in front of me just to make it easier for me to stay on top of chat while playing. Like, that's the only reason. So, anyways. Good to know. Now, we haven't been doing a lot of fighting, I guess. We've been doing a lot of chatting and stuff, but it's been 3.5 hours. And we have only got about half a level today. Is this playtest? This is Alpha. Tenacious B. I like your name. Yeah, this is Alpha 2, Phase 3. Alpha 2's been for about a year now. I'm not going to throw anyone under the bus, but another streamer turned into to watch you live last weekend. His first comments were how unsettling it was when you stared at the chat. For the record, I thought the same before you said anything. Who was that? I can only think of one person that came in that would be worth mentioning. I'm curious if it's the same. Oh shit, how am I dying so fast now? Oh, and he slowed me. What is this shit? God damn it. I'm gonna throw him under the bus. We're gonna find him. Who was it? I didn't pay attention. All right, where'd we die? Yeah, if you're looking only at chat, then people feel like you are only looking for responses. Yeah, but alternatively, if you're not answering questions, people move on and say you're not answering chat. So, I mean, which way is it? I've had that too. Oh, you're not talking to chat. Same people who are unsettled must not partake in eye contact in real life. I think that's probably the accurate thing here. I find this topic amusing. You have to buy this. Yes, currently it is an Alpha 2 Phase 3 state. It is $100 to get into Alpha 2. You will then also get Beta 1, Beta 2 access as well, and then you get a month of game time. I tried to sign up for the Alpha. You do have to purchase it. You can sign up on their website, but you have to purchase it. This is Ashes of Creation. There is a link right there. I like that he engages with chat so much. Such an odd critique. I stream too. I understand completely. Yeah, I mean, right? It's like either you're not, like, because alternatively, if I just focus down here and chat's going, like, people get pissed that you don't talk to them. So, people definitely do not like eye contact. Have you looked into PAX Day? I mean, I tested PAX Day a while back, yeah. It's probably not something I will go back to. I had big hopes for PAX Day. But, you know, it is what it is. Oh, wait, I can get back to my corpse. What am I doing? I said, well, I had it up top too, so I can glance, but I still want to know who you were talking about streamer wise. Because I only knew of one person that popped in, John, last weekend, that I engaged with, because he did follow. So it must not have been too bad. All right, where's my body? Oh, I had purple shit. What did I have that's purple? 40 minutes. That's perfect timing because that's the end of our stream. All right, what did I have that was purple? I didn't know I had purple granite. Surely you must have to be deficient in real life to offer constructive criticism. Hey, I ain't, you know, to be fair, I ain't here to make people uncomfortable, so that's fine. Y'all made me hyper aware of it, so like I was uncomfortable. So that's fine. Now I do need to straighten it because right now it's crooked to the side and it's going to drive me nuts, but they revamped it and they are releasing on the 14th. But anywho, how are you liking Ashes? I mean, Ashes is sort of stuck in this perpetual state of grind. Hopefully come November it gets a lot better, but we are going to take a break and we're going to stream Blue Protocol most likely for the next couple of weekends. But I guess I can revisit PAX Day. What really turned me off with PAX Day was when it became sort of, they wanted to have everything monetized, like give us all the monetizations. I've always heard if you have something to hide, you can't handle eye contact. Oh, he wasn't in your stream. He pulled up your stream on his stream. Wait, he pulled up my stream while he was streaming? Is that what you're saying? Who would do that? Was it an Ashes streamer? John, come on now. I'm not mad. I'm just curious. You gotta tell me who it is. It is interesting. Oh, this is Ashes of Creation. How did the archer see me? Well, what's wild about all this is like, you know, across TikTok's, YouTube and Twitch, you know, any given weekend, I don't know, there's like, any given weekend, there's maybe like 6,000-7,000 viewers across the whole thing. I'm not huge, right? I'm not like some big streamer, so I'm not getting tons of people. But it's still a few thousand that come in over the course of a weekend. And literally no one has ever brought this up before. So it's kind of crazy. Is this on Steam? No, this is not on Steam. They have their own launcher. I don't think it'll ever be on Steam. Originally, they had a version of this called Apocalypse that was on Steam. But I don't think they'll ever, one from a cost perspective, but then I don't think they want to pay Steam. But then also, I also don't think they want you to know how many players are playing. So, which is always the downside to Steam, as you can see how many people are in game. Mark, I appreciate the follow. Anymore, it seems like games are half done when they release. Yeah. I mean, there's some people that are commenting on the fact that this might be entering into early access. They've not said that, by the way. Like, that's not been any kind of verbalized plan. But, I mean, I think it's not an erroneous observation. Damn, that tree is huge. I'm gonna chop it down just because it's so big. Why can I rant? It depends on what you want to rant about. I mean, your name's love some people. If I see love in your name, I go for it. Yeah, it is interesting. Like, about Ashes, go for it. Yeah. I'm not here to white and height. I'm not here to doom either. I'm just here to be blunt and obvious with you all. That's a big ass tree we just cut down. I wish I could stand on the thing. Did we get 2 pieces of oak out of that? Oh, it's just crazy. Like, nobody's brought that up. It's fine. It's an easy change. Here's my 2 cents rant. I could recreate this game in the current state by myself in about 6 months. The only limitation being it wouldn't support more than 300 players with decent latency. The real issue people are missing about this game is that it's supposed to be a massively multiplayer experience designed for large-scale wars. But is that actually going to happen? Because if not, any decent indie developer could build what Ashes currently offers. You know, I think there's some good discussion in there about the size. How did the healer see me? And then reset. All right, I think that was broken. About the size of the PvP events, I think that's a fair critique. You know, do we really think we're ever going to get to battles of 500 versus 500? The way things have looked, I would say no. Like, even now, servers, although today's been a little bit more stable. I will say, for us, for the most part. There's been a little bit here and there, but there's potentially also less people playing, so. Techo, the game looks like it was made in 2010. Come on now. 2010? Really? That's getting close to the people that come in saying it looks like it's an PlayStation 2 game. Aeon looked better. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying Ashes has like great graphics. Aeon looks, yeah, Aeon 2 looks much better. There's things out there that oh God, what a Sword of Justice I was playing yesterday. Looks better, but this doesn't look like 2010. Come on. Oh, Aeon 1? Oh, no. I disagree there. But that's fine. Server tech has always been the real challenge for this project. Yeah. I also wonder how much is just trying to get that dynamic gridding working. You know, they would probably make more money off dynamic gridding, licensing that, than they would off the game at this point. Techo, to answer your question, part of it is there's just not been any passes. Like, this is not optimized in any way. It's just, oh. So, you know, they always say they're going to go back through and make improvements over time, but we'll see. Reminds me of Valheim. Do you know what class in Blue Protocol you will play? I don't know for sure, but I usually will always start with whatever I can heal with. Guild Wars 2 looks better. Oh, I can see that. But there's a different look. There's a difference between saying Guild Wars 2 looks better and saying this looks like it's from 2010. There's a big difference in that. $250, yeah. It doesn't look like it's from 2010. However, this is not even beta, which means that it should not look polished. Yeah, and that's what I was trying to say. Skybob, I appreciate the follow. I like the name too. Skybob, do you skydive? Rogue, yeah, I don't even know that we get to 250 v 250. That's part of the sad part. That's true. Guild War 2 been out for a minute. Win 23, Steamroll 19s. That's a good point too. The level difference. Like, I feel like if I was level 20, a group of level 20 should be able to take on a group of like take on some 25s. Like, there should at least be a fighting chance. For the state of the game, it looks like mega potential. Well, Ashes has always had potential. One thing Ashes has never lacked was potential. Sometimes do you wish they didn't go to UE5? Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much visual import. Yes. I think Steven has come out and said at this point, UE5 moving from 4 to 5 actually broke a lot of their tools. And so I do think that essentially gives us a reset. Well, it's like what we talked about, the narrative content tools right now, right? Our narrative content system. Like, that was something they had to completely redo. Vanilla WoW looks better. Hey man, art is not always shared. What you like, what other people like, could be very different from each other. Servers aside, most people's computers couldn't handle that massive PvP. Why wouldn't we get to 250 v 250? I'm just talking purely server structure at this point. PD. Servers have just, no, I don't know. I don't think they've ever been stable enough to do that consistently. What has it lacked then? I'm sorry, I missed the conversation. Lacked from what? Wow, ain't even close to this. Yeah. They might have launched by now if they hadn't made the jump to 5. I don't know if it had launched, but it's certainly you know, I don't think the switch to UE5 had anything to do with networking, and I feel like their biggest problem right now is networking. What's that raider doing up there? A little weird. How's the combat like? WoW or ESO? It's sort of a hybrid tab/action cam. I think combat's probably the best thing about it right now. Ashes has better graphics, but classic WoW, or maybe it is beater graphics. I like that actually. But classic WoW is more aesthetically pleasing. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, it's definitely a different art style. I just hope this doesn't follow the path of New World Eternum. Oh, yeah, we talked about that earlier. Yeah, that really at this point, New World is a really not a bad game, but most people will never play it because of their experiences at release. Unfortunate. Throne and Liberty is UE4. Oh, there's plenty of good UE4 games that look nice for sure. Well, I hope we get to 250 PD, but I mean, right now it's just, well, you go into Winstead. Like if I ran us back to Winstead right now, there's probably not 500 people in Winstead, but the servers are still a jank. Like it's still a mess to walk around Winstead without how it is. You like the realistic look more? Yeah, it's not for everyone though. Another game that I always thought looked nice that people tend to disagree with is EverQuest 2. And they took a realistic approach versus the WoW artistic approach. But each their own. Personally, I'm not a fan of the look of New World. Yeah, but here's what I'll say. If you took everything away from this looks like just a UE5 game. Like what style does this, like does Ashes of Creation have its own style? Right? Like, can you look at this game and say, oh, that's Ashes of Creation? I would say no. I would say this just looks like UE4 or a UE5 game. New World, on the other hand, I think most people, when they look at New World, like you know it's New World. Like it has a style of its own. New World certainly did chopping trees great. Yeah, Gathering was excellent. New World. All right, they should not be seeing me, right? Why do they keep seeing me? How am I supposed to backstab you, dude? New World looked amazing. Not a fan of the tune style of WoW. Ashes follows style of EQ and Vanguard. Yeah. Everything is so bright and colorful and it's overdone. It's almost like playing on an acid trip. Okay, I can see that a little bit. Maybe you should actually get some shrooms and see what it's like. New World sound design's great. Yeah. All right, these raiders are what killed me last time, right? So what level are they that they killed me? So they're one level higher, that's why. I don't think art style comes... No, at this point, the style of the art has been chosen. Like, they won't change this. They might make it look better. Shrooms? Yeah. Why not? Let's get some shrooms. Make you some tea. Fishing and playing an instrument is insanely good. Oh yeah, the instrument playing. That's something we don't really talk enough about. You're right. You're right, Jake. I'm riding to Winstead now just to see how towns look. Are you on EU or NA? Art style comes from the start, not later. Yeah. Well, and to be blunt, I feel like they just chose, I don't know, whatever. It looks like most UE5 games. Although the more polished ones look better. Yeah, Winstead's going to be a little bit little bit laggy. Oh shit. Where do you come from, asshole? All right, I think we're okay. Let me just pull away a little bit. Is he on me? What's no? He's all right. He's done. Go down here. I'm hoping the visual changes with the Harbinger stuff helps them give a little more identity to the look. I hope so, but you know how much? Part of me wonders if it's going to look like New World and their corruption stuff. I don't know. I have 7K hours in New World. Regrettably, the combat movement. Why do you say no? Regrettably? Better than. I God, I just W. Oh wow! I was gonna say you had me there for a minute. I'm like, world of what? World of entertainment? Is it better than WoW? No, I would not even come close to even beginning to compare this to WoW. New World has too much button clicking and combat for an MMO. Really? Are we getting a visual update in November? I don't think so. I think he's just talking about the way corruption looks. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Dark and Stormy. You know, button clicking in New World. I feel like New World has very few button clicks. Do you think this will actually be a big MMO contender on release? No, I think this will be a niche game. And that's not to say that's a bad thing. I just think that the design philosophies and everything about it are going to make the audience smaller. So I don't think there's any attempt to try to make this like a WoW killer or something like that. I've been following it a bit, but hadn't played any. I'd wait till November if you're going to play at this point. I believe this is not like, don't take this as fact or anything, but since they're going to do marketing in November, I actually think with that, they're going to probably reduce the cost. So I'd just wait until November to buy in. If there was any thought about buying in. I've wanted to play, but don't you have to pay like $100 to get a key? Yep. It's $100, and $100 will buy you the remainder of Alpha, Beta 1, Beta 2, and it gives you 1 month of game time. Ashes Unchained. Yeah, when an investor picks up where they left off or something. Have you ever raided in WoW as a healer? Some, yes. Interestingly enough, WoW, most of my raids would have been major tank, but yes. And I just, yeah, anyways. When is the alpha over? We don't know. Diggler, like your name. My guess. Oh shit, that's some weird ass tree movement right there. Where's it going? Say goodbye. They have said the alpha will at least be a year. We've been in alpha 2 already for about a year. So I assume phase 3 goes for another year. And my assumption is beta begins end of 2026. I wanted to wait until the game release, but now I'm even more, I'm not even interested in it. I just wait till November. You know, November is going to tell us a lot, I think. A lot about what they've been able to fix that's broken, but then also about what their future plans are. So, but that's what, that's what we're going to do. We're going to wait. This is today and tomorrow are our last Ashes days, and then we're going to move to Blue Protocol. And then we'll come back to Ashes come November. Cracker Barrel Witch. I know you. You are an absolutely stunningly beautiful woman. I do not work for Ashes of Creation. How many people are playing? No, there is no Who Search. I wish I could do that. I think that's why they won't go to Steam. Easy now. Well, I know you have a husband. He won't mind. What's in November? November is the Harbingers, so it's the first big content sort of drop thing, if you want to call it that. Rotating corruption events, supposed to have more narrative and with it as well. He won't? No. He's right here with you. Now I've lost my train of thought. But yeah, the Harbinger system's in November. And then marketing as well, so I think it's going to tell us a lot about the future of the game. Do we know the other game loops? Grind, combat, and gather. You have mostly, I mean, you have artisan systems, so your big loops are going to be your player combat and PvP. Then you have harvesting, processing, and crafting as well. Those are your big ones. Oh shit. Two big ass fireballs coming at me. Run, you asshole. All right, game servers are coming down, and my time is about up here anyways, in about 9 minutes. We go from 7 to 11. Servers are coming down anyways, it looks like, for an update. Imperium, I appreciate you following. And I'm going to be hanging out with my beautiful wife, so. Maybe go on a nice walk. Oh wait, did I not loot something down here? All right, we have a bunch of commissions that we've completed, and I have a ton of things I've not opened. How many of these do we have now? When did I get a ring? And a helm. What, 32, 33 of these catches to open? Oh, and a small gold pouch. All right, tomorrow we can do this map, I think. We'll need to get an excavation kit though for it. So. All right, we're gonna run the remaining time that we have. I'm gonna start just running towards Winstead, and we'll log off there, I think, for the day. We'll be back tomorrow, same time, 7 a.m. 7 to 11. Hopefully we'll be able to actually get to level 10. But we'll see. If you do play on the EU server, I'm always happy to hang around, hang out and play as well. Just let me know before you ever send me like a group invite who you are and that you're watching. So. Just get so eerily quiet, man. They need to fix the music. Twitch, I don't know if I'm even going to have you raid. Usually we raid people that are slaying ashes, but if the servers are coming down, I don't know. Is there anybody you guys want me to send you to? Wish I had that mount right there. Scorpion. It'd be super nice to have. But yeah, we'll pick up tomorrow. Play Blue Protocol after that. The hell is this? Why is there a level 16 1-star wolf here? Chat just died. What happened? Is it because we're coming to an end, so the conversation just quits? All right. And Winstead now, yeah, a little laggy, but it's fine. It was better today for sure compared to previous weeks. Oh shit, these late wolves just popping in out of nowhere. I have to wonder how much of that is people are just not playing, to be honest. How many people are assuming there's going to be a wipe, and so they're just done for now. Hopefully in November they give us one dungeon outside of the Riverlands. I know, right? You don't, not a pocket dungeon fan? I don't know if they are though. I mean, isn't it just the Harbingers? What are your thoughts on this game? I personally like it, but I see very mixed reviews. This game, I think, still has a lot of potential to be a very, very good, very fun game. It's had a lot of complex ideas, a lot of design thoughts that I think are very hard to realize. And they've had a hard time getting there. Now, over the last year, 2 years, they've hired a lot of people. Of course, with that comes a lot of money. And we have seen improvements. Compared to last year, the game is definitely improved. Is there a bunch of extra content? No, not really. You know, we have added content, right? I mean, I should take that back a little bit. All right, come on, minimap. You know, we started with the Riverlands. You know, you've added the desert. You've added all of these. But within the space, within the actual landmass, not a lot there. So I do think it still has a lot of potential. But, you know, they start making decisions. They start talking about beta and release and things. And it's just, I know it makes me nervous. It makes me concerned about their overall plans. So I can see where there would be very mixed reviews for sure. You've had a lot of content creators come and go. Some that love the game and I still love the game. You have some that have just totally said, I'm done. There's been a lot of ups and downs. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, I think Ashes does have potential still. My personal opinion, the approach I would love to see them take, I don't know that they will, but that I would like to see them take, is to focus on just one continent. Then the next year, focus on one continent. Flesh that all out, develop your dungeons, your remaining systems, fix your economy, and just focus on one continent. And I think they can, I think if they do that, I think they can make a really fun game. I do think there's still the potential for a really fun game here. But they seem to be all over the place, right? Like even they often talk about regularly about how they've had to move this team over to this side, and you know he's not over here, he's not doing, you know, oh that person's not doing artisanship anymore. We had to move them to the narrative side. Like they're moving people all over, and it's It's a very mixed bag of things. And I think if they could just focus in on some very specific goals, and with that means they're going to have to change plans. And I would be fine with that. I think most people would be fine with getting one really kick-ass continent with a lot of shit to do than, you know, two continents that just feel dead. So I don't know. I think there's still a lot to be optimistic for, but you know, I think November really tells us a lot about the direction they're taking. So we'll see. We'll see once November gets here. Richie taking a break wasn't on my bingo card. I know, right? I don't think anybody would have called that one. They treated Richie wrong though. You know, they really, I mean, can you count how many times Richie's interviewed Steven? Arguably, he's what? Probably the top. He's always been a top 3 Ashes creator, right? You had Narc, Nice, and Richie. There's others, obviously, but I mean, just from volume and numbers and stuff. And 2 of those 3 are gone. So, all right. What are we gonna do? I'm gonna just send you guys over to. Might as well go to Pockets. Pockets is always fun. It's always good to have. I always like sending you from my perspective to Pockets, who has a much more newer, positive spin on things. So, all right, guys, it is, we got 4 more minutes. I'll wait until we actually hit 11 o'clock. So let me actually, while we're sitting here, rounds will come down in 5 minutes. Downtime may last up to an hour. All right, we're just gonna, I don't know that we're gonna raid then. Actually, let me go over to Pockets real quick. You gonna stay live? See what he says. All right. Are there any cats on this continent? There will be. There will be pets. You can collect pets. They're not in yet, though. No pets just yet. They do have a lot of fun skins. Where's the palace cat? I don't have the palace cat. Is there one around here? Oh, then that's fucking cool. What is that even from? There's a cat. A big ass cat. You usually see palace cats all the time. Where are they? Everybody's got a scorpion. Oh, here comes the lag. Shit, ran me right into a wall. Well, no palace cats. I don't think I have a skin yet either. Oh, no, there it is. There's one. There's your cat. It's a little bit like Polly. Waiting for your Pegasus. How would you feel if they started reintroducing more skins into the game to buy before fulfilling all the others? It's another interesting question. Because I do think they're also going to open up the market. They've talked about that they're going to probably reopen skins, purchasing skins. Hopefully they do that after they've given us everything we've already bought, but I don't know that that's going to be the case. But yeah, there's your palace cat. We don't have any pets yet. Can I buy a skin for myself? Actually, you can. What I am currently wearing is a skin. So if I take it off, you can see what this character actually looks like. There is the character. But yeah, I prefer the, where'd it go? That one. I prefer to look like this though. All right, guys. We're gonna end here. It is 11 o'clock. So TikTok, I have nowhere to send you. Appreciate you. Everyone that's hung out, followed, all that. So I will see y'all tomorrow. 7 a.m. See ya. Next is YouTube. Appreciate you guys as well. All the follows, shares, comments. We're going to go ahead and get out of YouTube. But Katie, I appreciate you hanging out as well. Everybody sitting in YouTube. See ya. All right. And then Twitch, we're going to go on over to Pockets.